This is an Alt-Shift-X live stream. Let's talk about the season finale of House of the Dragon. Season 2, Episode 8. We are not going to spoil future episodes in this live stream. We're going to talk all about the episode. We're going to talk about the characters, the relationships, the mysteries, the histories. We're going to talk about this weird fella on the screen, Bloodraven. I was not expecting to see Bloodraven and a White Walker this episode. But Daemon had some crazy visions. Daemon had some crazy visions and affirmed his loyalty to his wife and niece, Rhaenyra. Alicent had another conversation with Rhaenyra. Aegon and Larys left King's Landing. Rhaena found a dragon. I suppose that's Sheepstealer. Tywin Lannister mud wrestled with Shirako Lohar. We saw Otto Hightower is imprisoned by somebody. I don't know who has him. Is it the Beesbreeze? We shall find out. So we're going to talk about all that stuff, and we're going to answer some of your questions. I might not be able to answer every single super chat or donation, but I will do my best. And we're going to have a nice time. So let's talk about the season finale of House of the Dragon. What should we talk about first? My goodness. I mean, these visions were crazy. So, like, Daemon this season has been undergoing this vision quest where he's been seeing his family members. He's been seeing Viserys. He's been seeing Rhaenyra and Laena. He's been examining the consequences of his actions in the past, and he's slowly starting to realize, maybe I've gone a bit too far in a few places. Maybe I've been too selfish. And this vision opens him up to the idea that, hey, maybe there's a broader destiny, maybe there's a broader world out there that I should care about. And he sees the bloody White Walkers. And so this connects to, Aegon the Conqueror, the first Targaryen to take over Westeros. He also had this dream of White Walkers, which is not an idea that's mentioned in the books, but it is an idea that apparently came from the author George R. R. Martin. So it is in this show, House of the Dragon. And the idea is that Aegon was partly motivated by the need to save the world from the White Walkers and the need to unify the Targaryens against the White Walkers, and that's part of why he took over Westeros. And so that idea was passed down to Viserys, and now to Rhaenyra, and now to Jace. So the idea that they have, like, a deeper duty than just scrabbling for power. You sort of get the sense that Daemon and Rhaenyra think that the White Walkers are going to turn up any minute and that they personally need to fight the White Walkers. But we know that the White Walkers aren't going to turn up for another 170 years in Game of Thrones. So that's like one of... And that is consistent with a lot of what goes on in the books, because in the books there are a lot of Targaryens who have mystical visions. And we don't get much insight into, like, exactly what they knew, but we know that Rhaegar thought that he was going to save the world, and he thought that he was the prince that was promised, or his son was the prince that was promised. And there's also other dreamers who had similar issues. And so you get the sense that lots of these Targaryens have all thought that they are the main character and they are going to save the world. And there's a sort of narcissism in assuming that they are the hero. But in any case, like, this does have a personal element for Daemon when he realizes that, maybe I should actually serve my queen, Rhaenyra, because he has this vision of seeing her on the throne. And yeah, he also has this vision of Daenerys and her dragon eggs hatching in Game of Thrones Season 1. And this is, there's characters like Aegon the Fifth, who did this thing called the Tragedy at Summerhall. And there are a lot of theories about how, like, Aegon may also have been having visions of Daenerys and her dragons hatching. There's this idea that a lot of Targaryens have had visions of Daenerys and her dragons as well as White Walkers, and that has motivated a lot of Targaryens to do risky, destructive stuff. So a lot of this is in keeping with book lore. I also was not expecting to see a bloody green man. So, like, when Alice and Daemon were approaching the Weirwood tree, we briefly see this dark figure who has antlers, and you can hear his little hooved feet clip-clopping along the ground. So that fella on screen, I think that's a green man. So the green men are one of the most mysterious entities in this story in the books. The green men are this, like, order of mysterious creatures who live on the Isle of Faces. So if we pull up the map, Harrenhal is next to a lake called the God's Eye, and on the God's Eye Lake is the Isle of Faces, and the Isle of Faces is covered in weirwood trees that are sacred to the old gods. And according to legend, it was on this island that the humans made peace with the Children of the Forest. So the Children of the Forest are those weird hippies that we saw in Game of Thrones Season 4 and onwards, Children of the Forest. So there was this ancient war between these guys, the Children of the Forest, and the humans. And then they made a peace agreement. And there's a lot of theories about, like, what really went down there. Like, was it really a peace agreement, or were the humans being manipulated? But to commemorate this peace agreement, the Green Men, the Order of the Green Men, was founded on the Isle of Faces. And the Green Men, like, yeah, they have green skin and they have antlers, and so there are these theories about maybe they are half human, half child of the forest, because there is lots of weird interspecies hybridization going on in the books. And the Green Men still exist on the Isle of Faces all these years later. So what are they doing there? Why can no one go there? Apparently Howland Reed met the Green Men. He was one of the guys at the Tower of Joy. We won't get too deep into it because it's very sort of obscure lore, but that's what we're seeing when we see this antlered fella at the weirwood tree. I think that's a Green Man. And yeah, these guys are deeply connected to the magic of the old gods, which is what Alice is connected to. Maybe Alice is a Green Man in disguise? All sorts of crazy theories. But yeah, the upshot is that Daemon has these wild visions, and it sort of helps to snap him out of his selfishness and to give him a broader view of what the world is and what his destiny is. So that leads him to serve Rhaenyra. It was also very funny how Daemon just like woke up to find Alice Rivers sitting on his bed crying, which is an extremely normal thing to do, Alice. The way that Alice weeps, the way that she cries, reminds me of the ghost of Highheart, who is another witch who has visions through the old gods, and she's weeping for all of the terrible things that have happened in the past and the things that she's lost. But I think she also is weeping for future atrocities, because that's kind of the curse of seeing the future, is that you know that bad things are going to happen and you can't stop them, and it feels terrible. You have the weight of the past, but also the weight and the grief of the future. And so that's a sense that we get from that character in the books, and it's also a sense that we get from Alice here. Maybe they're the same character. Another thing we got was, thanks for the super chat from Shingai, who says that Daemon touching George Martin's forehead and seeing the whole story is poignant symbolism. Yeah, so Daemon gets this mystical vision by touching this weirwood tree. And the weirwood trees like contain the souls of the dead, and they're connected to this magic. But this particular weirwood tree, we learned in a behind the scenes feature, the face on this weirwood tree is the face of the author of the series, George R.R. Martin. And so it is meta for Daemon to be touching the author's face and then getting visions of the future of the story. So it's funny. They get a bit fourth wall breaky because Helena turns up in the vision, and Helena says, "Oh, it's all just a story, and you're just part of it," which is a bit on the nose. I feel like Daemon almost kind of becoming aware that he's in a fictional story. Like, it stinks a little bit of Tyrion in Game of Thrones season 8 when he's like, "What's more powerful than a good story?" It's a little on the nose, I think. But I do like the idea of Helena turning up in Daemon's vision. Because, you know, the magic is very wibbly-wobbly in this world. Like, there are different kinds of magic. Like, there's the sort of Targaryen dragon dreams, and then there's the old gods, trees, nature magic. And then there's, like, blood magic, and there's glass candles, and shadow binding. There's all these different flavors of magic. And George Martin is deliberately vague about how, like, what the rules are and how they interconnect. But this is quite new and surprising to see Helena, who is like a Targaryen dragon dreamer, turning up in a old gods green sight vision. It's tantalizing to see those different kinds of magic intertwine. If you wanted to get really crazy, like, you could imagine, what if Alice Rivers was like a projection from Helena all along? Like, it's Helena who's been messing with Damon's head this entire time. I don't think that's true necessarily, but it's a fun idea. But I mean, that idea of like the Targaryen magic and the old gods magic intertwining, I think connects with this fella. So this fella with the birthmark and the pale skin, this is Bloodraven. This is maybe the most mysterious magical figure in the series, in the books. So this is the same person who we saw in Game of Thrones, the three-eyed raven, they called him. So he was played by a couple of different actors, but Max von Sydow was one of him. And in the TV show, yeah, so this is Bloodraven in the TV show, and he kind of didn't do much. He just like taught Bran magic. But in the books, this guy Bloodraven is one of, if not the most storied, mysterious guys. He has this long history where he was a spy master in King's Landing. He basically ran the realm for some years. He was an edgelord. He fought his half-brother in battle, and he lost an eye, and he was in love with his half-sister, and he was a emo sad boy, and he killed some Blackfires, and then he got sent to the Night's Watch, and then he disappeared. He went for a pack of smokes and never came back, and then he became the most powerful tree wizard in history. And then, like, he lures Bran and Jojen with his magic visions, and so Bloodraven is a Targaryen bastard, but he has old gods, first men blood from his Blackwood mother. And so Bloodraven has like both the old gods and the Targaryens within him. Similar to, this vision combines the Targaryens with the old gods magic. But in any case, yeah, like Bloodraven's this very mystical guy, and we have an old Shift X video all about Bloodraven if you want to learn more. But yeah, I was shocked to see this guy in House of the Dragon. We will see Bloodraven in the upcoming Night of the Seven Kingdoms TV show. He should be in season 3, if not sooner. I wonder if this is the same actor who's going to play Bloodraven in the A Night of the Seven Kingdoms spin-off show, which is currently filming, I believe. The one issue, like, it's really difficult with these new shows because these new shows are kind of combining the Game of Thrones TV show lore with the book lore. And so they sort of awkwardly combine things. Like, Bloodraven now has this birthmark on his face, and so in the episode, this like three-eyed raven, which is like a symbol of Bloodraven and a symbol of the old god's magic, flies off this birthmark, because the idea is that Bloodraven's birthmark is shaped like a raven, and that's why they call him Bloodraven, which is all very edgy and anime. But the idea is that he has that birthmark, and in the books he also is missing an eye, because his half-brother Bittersteel cut out his eye, which is a whole situation. And there's this great saying about how Bloodraven has 1,000 eyes and one, because he has 1,000 spies, and he has one actual eye on his face. So I'm surprised and disappointed that Bloodraven has 2 eyes. He's also meant to be an albino. He has red eyes, so he has one red eye, whereas here that he has 2 eyes. So it's like, it's a weird mishmash of like book lore and Game of Thrones lore. It's odd. I mean, you could make up a reason, like, maybe this is a vision. You know how in The Matrix, Neo sees himself as his residual self-image, not how his body actually is. Maybe this is Bloodraven's mystical self-image. Maybe this represents him before he had his eye cut out, but still, I would have been happier if he had one. Like, he could just have an eye patch, like Aemond, right? Maybe they didn't want 2 eye patch characters? I don't know. So anyway, yeah, this is very exciting for the book nerds to see Bloodraven. And yeah, we also have this shot of, I suppose this is like the raven flying towards the army of the dead. So this is what Aegon was warning about. I kind of wish they didn't do this close-up shot of this like Halloween mask looking White Walker. He doesn't look great, in my opinion. I would have preferred if they kept just the White Walkers a bit more mysterious, would have been my preference. Like, in the books, the White Walkers are very different. They're this sort of ethereal white shadows, and they're beautiful. They're not meant to be like these crusty geriatric zombie rubber mask dudes, you know, these Star Trek villain looking dudes. So that wouldn't have been my choice to zoom in on the White Walker. Do we want to be reminded of Game of Thrones season 8? But the general idea that the Targaryens like believe that they are destined to save the world is definitely part of the lore in the books, and I think it does make sense for Daemon's character. Like, part of the reason why the Targaryens are these erratic, dangerous people is that they believe they are the Messiah fairly often, and they think that they can justify their atrocities. Like when Rhaenyra let all those dragon seeds burn, she just fed dozens of innocent people to these dragons because she felt she could justify the atrocity with her destiny to save the world. Which ties into the broader theme of, you know, it's all about ambition. It's all about believing that you are more and the lure of dreams and power. So that's what it's all about. We see these dead dragons, and so that could just foreshadow more dragons dying in this war. But dead dragons in the books also can represent dead Targaryens. Like, that's the trouble with dreams in this world, is that they are very symbolic, they're very subjective. And so we see this dead dragon, and it's like, does that actually represent a dead dragon, or does it represent a dead Targaryen? Like Aemon's death and Daemon's deaths are both foreshadowed. So that dead dragon could represent Aemon's death or Daemon's death or anyone's death as well. Because it doesn't look like a specific dragon that we recognize, I don't think. I don't think that looks like a dragon that we know. And there are other dead dragons in the background. So I think this battlefield with the dead dragons, it just represents the horror and the death of the Dance of the Dragons to come. But also this White Walker looking person, or maybe that's Daemon. Yeah, I suppose that's Daemon walking across the battlefield. It could also represent the Long Night to come, the battle with the White Walkers to come. So that's also part of it. And yeah, we also see the red comet burning above. So remember in Game of Thrones Season 2, there's a red comet in the sky. And this comet represents change, it represents doom, it represents the White Walkers coming. It sort of means a different thing to everyone, but it definitely foreshadows change and power, and it's a bigger deal in the books as well. The red comet, Melisandre is all into it. And there's crazy theories about that as well. It seems to foreshadow the return of magic to the world, which connects to the birth of Daenerys and the hatching of Daenerys' dragons. And yeah, so Daemon sees Rhaenyra on the throne, which might suggest that Rhaenyra will win this war and that Rhaenyra will be the queen. That's at least how Daemon interprets it. And then Helena breaks the fourth wall. So yeah, what else should we say? Thanks for the super chat from Devilish Genius, who says, do you think it undercuts Daemon's arc by having him only come to this change by what could almost be considered divine intervention? Yeah, well, that's one of the interesting things about this story, isn't it? Is that it's trying to do realistic, grounded human drama and political drama, but it also has magic. So it's like, if they put too much magic into it, it can feel like, well, this is no longer relatable human emotions. This is just fantastical nonsense, which has no bearing on human drama. I think that perspective makes sense, but I think that ideally, magic in this story is not just about Expelliarmus Accio wand. It's more about a metaphor for ambition, for dreams, for feelings of narcissism and ambition and wanting to be the hero. And so, yes, this is a mystical vision, but it also is an exploration of Daemon's awareness of the world. He's broadening his perspective beyond his own desires, and he's thinking about the future, and he's thinking about long-term consequences of his dynasty, and he's thinking about how he fits in. Like, that's what Alice has been telling Daemon for episodes, is that it's not just about you, it's about the world more broadly, and all of those Riverlanders who you did those atrocities to, and thinking about his impact on his family, on Laena and on Rhaenyra and on Viserys. So I think that it's a personal journey as well as a fantastical one. But Yeah, the Targaryens definitely are whack jobs who think that they are Jesus occasionally, and that leads them to do fiery things. And that's also something that happens in the real life as well. People occasionally have delusions of grandeur and commit atrocities. So it's not unrealistic for these sorts of things to happen to people, I feel. Thank you for the super chat from Gunnar, who says, "What if they didn't reveal Emilia Clarke's face because they're secretly planning to remake Game of Thrones?" I kind of doubt it. And yeah, we already talked about the Green Men. Marcus in the super chat says that Daemon and Bloodraven both used the sword Dark Sister. Yeah, that's true. So Dark Sister is the Valyrian steel sword used by Daemon Targaryen. Which was also used by this guy Bloodraven. This guy Bloodraven, he had all of the like accoutrements of a edgy warrior sorcerer fella. Bloodraven is like kind of based on a character called Elric of Melniboné by Michael Moorcock, who's like the ultimate like emo Targaryen incestuous sorcerer prince who has like a lot of magic power and a lot of feelings. Bloodraven's great. Watch the Alt Shift X Bloodraven video after this live stream. Ha. All right. What should we talk about next? Should we go to... Oh, well, I also enjoyed this scene with Helena and Aemond. The way that Helena appeared in Daemon's vision, like she entered Daemon's dream and talked to him from afar deliberately, it seems. Which is similar to what some characters do in the books. Like, there are these artifacts called glass candles. And a lot of people think that Quaithe might have a glass candle because Quaithe keeps appearing in Daenerys' dreams. And, you know, Bloodraven keeps turning up in the dreams as well. So there is a precedent for characters deliberately appearing in people's dreams. But the idea of like Helena, this is Helena doing something for the first time ever, right? Like Helena has mostly been a passive character, but here she is actually like reaching out to Daemon, which is so interesting. She's actually intervening, and it makes you wonder like who else has she been talking to? What else has been going on? Why is she doing this? Does she understand? It's curious. But then Aemond comes along and Aemond says, "Hey, Helena, I want you to join this war." Because Helena has a dragon called Dreamfire. And Dreamfire is one of the biggest, oldest, most powerful dragons. At least in the books. In the books, Dreamfire is actually older than Vermithor. But Dreamfire is a little bit smaller than Vermithor. But the point is that Dreamfire is like one of the biggest, most powerful dragons, at least in the books. In the show, maybe not so much. But it's kind of a shame that they're telling us that in Hot D, Helena doesn't like to ride her dragons. Whereas in the books, Helena totally loves to ride a dragon. Like, it is said that Dreamfire is beloved of Helena, and Helena does ride Dreamfire at least once. But Aemond is trying to bring Helena into the war and to use Dreamfire as a military asset because the Blacks now have way more dragons. Rhaenyra now has 7 dragon riders now that she has Hugh, Ulf, and Adam on dragons. So now, and also apparently Aegon's dragon Sunfire is dead. That's a bombshell. Because Kristen previously said that Sunfire was long in the dying after the Battle of Rook's Rest. And apparently, Aegon says that Sunfire is now dead. That is surprising. That is a change from the books if Sunfire is currently dead. So that's interesting information. But yeah, the Greens only have Vhagar and Daeron's dragon Tessarion, who we briefly see at the end, and Helena's dragon Dreamfire. So it's an important military asset, but Helena doesn't want to burn people. She doesn't want to kill people, and Alicent is protective of Helena. Helena is kind of the last innocent person in this story, so it would be nice if she didn't have to do a war crime. But they need her if they're going to win this war. So Aemond asks Helena to join her, and look at how Aemond reaches for Helena's arm but doesn't quite touch her. Like so many others, he fails to connect with Helena. And the way that Aemond's voice sort of cracks and goes up high when he asks her to join him, it's a moment of sort of tenderness. I get the sense that Aemond is a bit in love with Helena. I mean, Aemond talks about Targaryen nobility, Targaryen supremacy, in this scene. And there's nothing more Targaryen than marrying your own sister. So I feel like part of Aemond wants to marry Helena and to be king and queen together. We did get an indication of that in season 1 as well, that he was interested in marrying her. Of course, Helena is married to Aegon, and also Aemond is betrothed to marry Floris Baratheon. So that's an obstacle, but we'll see what happens. And then Helena turns around and says that I know that you burned Aegon, and also you're going to die, and you're going to be swallowed up in the God's Eye. So all that stuff we were saying about the God's Eye as like a symbol of old gods' power, of magic power, very symbolic to say that Aemond is going to be swallowed up in the God's Eye and will disappear. We also saw Daemon drowning or falling into the water of what probably also is the God's Eye. So there's a lot of symbolism in seeing these Targaryens being swallowed up by the God's Eye, these fiery invaders. The Targaryens they are Valyrian, they're like from Essos, whereas the trees are indigenous to Westeros. It's like the invaders are being swallowed by the trees and by the native magic powers of this world, which is a lot of symbolism there. But yeah, Aemond gets rejected by Helena, and it seems like it really hurts him. It seems like Helena is sort of one of the few human connections that Aemond really cares about. Also, like, Alicent rebuffs Aemond earlier, and you get the sense that Alicent is one of the few people that Aemond will listen to. And yet Alicent is now apparently trying to just leave and get out of Dodge. So it's like, Alicent this episode says that she wants to run away to the east with Helena and Helena's little daughter Jaehaera. So it's like, if Alicent leaves and if Helena leaves, who does Aemond have? And what is stopping Aemond from just being all war crimes all the time? It's crazy. Aemond in this episode burns Sharp Point. There's this fairly horrific scene where we see that he's burned thousands of people alive. So Sharp Point is over here. It's close to Dragonstone and Driftmark, and so we see that Aemond and his dragon Vhagar come and burn and apparently just kill thousands of people at Sharp Point. In the Inside the Episode feature, the showrunner Ryan Condal said that Sharp Point is ruled by House Massey, but in the books, Sharp Point is ruled by House Bar Emmon. I don't know if that's a mistake or if that's a change, but yeah, it's the Bar Emmons in the books. And Corlys mentioned the Bar Emmons earlier this season. Corlys said that he was going to go in his ship and pick up Lord Bar Emmon's nephew. So that's what's going on there. But yeah, in any case, Sharp Point is not a super important or powerful castle. The burning of Sharp Point is not mentioned in the books. Maybe they picked Sharp Point because it's kind of insignificant and it might not have made it into the history books. But yeah, Aemond is real keen to do killing civilians out of retribution for his rebuff at Dragonstone, which I believe is what's called a war crime, going and killing civilians as revenge. And, Alicent calls him out on the evil of that. Thank you for the super chat from Sean, who says, is Helena's ultimate role as a true seer to ensure permanence of the Targaryen line by convincing Daemon to serve Rhaenyra, preventing what would be self-destruction? Yeah, that's an interesting idea, because, these visions of the future can be manipulative. In the books especially, it's like, am I really having a vision of my destiny, or is someone just making me do what I want to do? Like, there's theories that, when Bloodraven gives Bran visions, Bloodraven is actually maybe manipulating Bran for his own power. There's even theories that Bloodraven wants to steal Bran's body and, live on in him. And there's theories that the old gods are basically puppeteering Bloodraven. It's a whole thing. So maybe Helena is manipulating Daemon and is going well, we need to unite House Targaryen in order to survive, so therefore I'll convince Daemon to serve Rhaenyra. I don't think that Helena does that kind of political calculus, because Helena in this episode, she's talking to Alicent and she's saying, why are the common people angry at us? We didn't do the food riot. And Alicent explains that, yeah, well, since we're the royal family, people hold us responsible. Helena doesn't understand politics, and that's what makes her innocent part of it, I think. Like, it's sort of ironic that Helena doesn't understand politics, but she does understand the destiny of this world. She has great insight, but she doesn't have that sort of cynical political calculus. So yeah, I don't think Helena is manipulating anyone. I think the point of her character in this show is that she's sort of the one person who isn't tainted by politics, and that's sort of how Alicent sees her. Um, and yet she is the person with this insight. I mean, it's exciting that Aemond listens to Helena. Like, all through the season, Helena has been foreshadowing the end of the story. And this is the first time that someone really kind of listens to Helena, when Aemond listens to her foreshadowing, which is interesting. Thanks for the super chat from Arden, who says, my interpretation of Daemon's vision is that Helena is separate from what Alice showed him. Maybe her perspective is like different to Alice's perspective, and she has a different plan. Yeah, it does feel like Helena sort of hijacked Daemon's vision. Like, Daemon was having this vision of the future and the White Walkers, but then Helena turned up and said, hey, this is what I think about all this. I mean, I don't think she's saying anything like that conflicts with the rest of the vision. But yeah, it does seem like she sort of inserted herself into it. Thanks for the super chat from JJ, who says, Prince that was promised could be a mistranslation. Maybe it was the price that was promised. Pay for the power in fire and blood. Yeah, I mean, in Game of Thrones, there is that idea that prince that was promised is a mistranslation, and it can actually mean princess that was promised, because the Valyrian word is gender neutral. And so, therefore, Daenerys can be the chosen one, not just Jon Snow necessarily. So that's definitely in there. And the idea of sacrifice continues. Like, last episode, Rhaenyra sacrificed all those dragon seeds, and Daemon sacrificed Will and Blackwood. And yeah, by the way, like, when we see the weirwood tree with this, like, blood and sap running down it, in some sense, that could be the blood of Will and Blackwood, who Daemon killed last episode, because in the books there is this idea that blood sacrifice to the trees can make these visions possible. And so, like, Bran has these visions after he eats this weirwood paste, which might possibly maybe contain the blood of Jojen Reed. It's a whole thing. But yeah, sacrifice is part of it. What were we saying about blood sacrifice? But yeah, in this scene with Alicent and Rhaenyra, Alicent smuggles herself to Dragonstone and speaks with Rhaenyra, and part of the meat of this conversation is that Alicent offers to open the gates for Rhaenyra and to take King's Landing bloodlessly, and Alicent would like to save her son Aegon and keep him alive, but Rhaenyra says, no, Aegon needs to die. Like, if I'm going to rule, I need the rebel to die, because otherwise my throne will not be secure. And so Alicent reluctantly agrees and says, like, okay, fine, I let go of my son Aegon. And Rhaenyra connects that back to the death of her son Luke, because she says, a son for a son. And I think it's important because, they don't talk a lot about Luke this season. They don't talk a lot about Jaehaerys. They don't talk a lot about Eric and Arik. Like, there's a lot of people who were murdered, which you'd think that Rhaenyra and Alicent would be really angry about. So I'm glad they brought up a son for a son, and they're acknowledging the murders that have taken place on both sides. And Rhaenyra really insists and forces Alicent to agree to let go of her son Aegon, which is obviously incredibly painful. And it's interesting because Alicent has already rejected Aegon in many ways. Like, last season, Alicent hit Aegon and said, you are not my son. You are no son of mine. And so in a lot of ways, Alicent has already disowned Aegon. But the idea of sort of agreeing to his death, and she's already sort of leaving Aemond as well. Her plan is to run with just Helena and her granddaughter Jaehaera. So it's Alicent abdicating her duty as a mother, I think she feels. And so it's a rough sacrifice. But of course, while they're talking about Aegon having to die, Aegon's escaping with Larys. He's running off with Larry to Bravos to live off the crown's gold until this war thing blows over. They're gonna have a pint in the Winchester and come back when it all blows over. So we'll see how that works out for them. But the final shots of the episode are Rhaenyra standing under the Dragonstone library with like the weight of her duty and the weight of her legacy atop her, while Alicent stands at an open sky. And I think what's beautiful about this is that Alicent and Rhaenyra, their roles have reversed. So for the first season, Rhaenyra was the rebellious one. She was flying around on her dragon. She was breaking rules. She was having a good time. Whereas Alicent was the one who was trapped in her duty and having to marry Viserys and being a courtly lady and following the rules. But now it's reversed. Now Alicent is running off and trying to be free and trying to escape everything. Whereas Rhaenyra is the one who's choosing to stay and is saying, no, I gotta be queen, I gotta uphold my duty and my destiny, I gotta do the right thing, I gotta fight this war. So there's this wonderful role reversal between the two characters, which is captured beautifully by these shots. Because ultimately this is a story about what power does to people. Rhaenyra and Alicent are these two women who have been crushed and deformed by political power, by gender roles, by all of that stuff. They've become part of the system and they've been chewed up and they've been spat out. And we see that reflected in a lot of different ways across the other characters as well, this episode, which we'll talk about. But yeah, I think this is a very visual summation of like the themes of the story. We also got to see the dragon Sheep Stealer. So Rhaena Targaryen has been wandering around the Vale looking for a dragon. She was meant to go to Pentos with little Aegon and little Viserys, but she's found this dragon, who is probably the dragon Sheep Stealer. Sheep Stealer is a wild dragon. We don't know what egg Sheep Stealer hatched from. We don't really know how old Sheep Stealer is. Sheep Stealer doesn't look huge here. Oh, actually, no. Well, it's kind of hard to tell with scale. But Sheepstealer in the books is described as a notably ugly mud-brown dragon. And I like the sort of dappled coloration on Sheepstealer. Like, he looks a bit mangy. He looks a bit screwy, which I enjoy. He's got these, like, pointy wing tips, which is pretty unique. They're trying to keep all the dragons visually distinct so we can tell them apart. So... So Rhaena's found a dragon, and I guess the question is, like, will Rhaena claim this dragon? It's looking like Rhaena will claim this dragon, and that would be a change from the books, and it does mean that a different character from the books seems to be being replaced, is what seems to be going on here, which is a disappointment for some book fans. Yeah, we'll have to see whether Rhaena successfully claims this dragon, which will obviously change everything for her, because all her life she's been ignored and looked down upon for not having a dragon, or at least she's felt that way. Whereas if she has this dragon, she can join the war and assert herself. What's she going to do with that dragon? Kevin says, I find it funny how the scene with Rhaena being on this journey, and yet no one seems to care where she's gone. Yeah, it is very funny that Rhaena just wandered off and no one seemed to notice or care that, you know, Princess Rhaena Targaryen, daughter of King Consort Daemon Targaryen, no one seemed to notice that Rhaena is gone, which seems to just, like, kind of prove true her fear and her worry that, like, no one cares about her. It's really shitty and it's sad, so I guess she feels justified in going off and claiming a dragon. Daemon has claimed his army in the Riverlands, so that's going to change the calculus. We see the Lannister army marching to the Trident. The Lannisters are marching from the Westerlands towards the Riverlands. We also see the Hightower army with the dragon Tessarions flying above. So Tessarion is the dragon of Daeron Targaryen, who is the third son of Viserys and Alicent, who we haven't seen yet. But there's Tessarion, the Blue Queen, a beautiful young dragon, younger than Vermax, so like one of the weakest dragons for war purposes. But beautiful dragon. I love the blue and the cobalt wings. flying above the Hightower army. We also see the Northmen crossing the Twins, so this was thanks to Jace's diplomacy with the Freys, and now we have the Northmen marching to join the war. And you'll see that they're all like old men. These are all greybeards, because Cregan said in Season 2, Episode 1 that he's not going to spare most of his men. He's going to just give the greybeards who he doesn't desperately need, because he needs to hold the wall. Which is a little bit nonsensical to me. Is there a wildling attack coming or something? Is Cregan expecting the White Walkers to turn up tomorrow? I'm not sure why he needs all the men in the north to hold the wall. I mean, in the books, sometimes it's more about we need the men to stay in the north in order to work the fields and to bring in the harvest so that we have enough food to survive through winter. But yeah, in the books, these guys are led by this fellow, Roddy the Ruin, so we might get to meet him in Season 3. Alright, what else happens this episode? We finally got a climactic conversation between Corlys Velaryon and his bastard son, Alan. All through this season, Corlys has been trying to get a little bit closer to Alan, and Alan has been very sort of detached and cold and not accepting Corlys. And now we sort of have an emotional outburst that tells us what's going on. And what's going on is that Alan is hurt and he is angry, because Alan is Corlys's bastard son, but for Alan's entire life, most of his life, Alan was ignored. And while Corlys looked after his trueborn children, Laenor and Laena, Alan had a rough life where he had to work hard to survive, and sometimes he didn't have enough food and he was cold. Meanwhile, his father, the richest man in Westeros, was walking around with Laenor and Laena, ignoring him, neglecting him, not acknowledging him. And so Alan was hardened, and he had to harden his heart to Corlys, and he had to learn how to look after himself, and he takes pride in looking after himself, like Corlys, ironically. So now that Laenor and Laena have died, now Corlys wants to hang out with Alan, and it's like, you ignored me all my life. You can't just walk into my life now that I'm your third favorite after Laenor and Laena. It's insulting. And so that's why Alan and to some extent Adam have been so cold to Corlys. So I love seeing this outburst. I think it's overdue, and it's a nice performance by Abubakar Salim, and Corlys just kind of accepts it. Corlys has been put in his place. I mean, Corlys is one of the richest, most powerful people in Westeros, if not the world. No one talks to him like this. No one defies him like this. Even his wife Rhaenys. The dragon-riding princess, she talked back to Corlys a bit, but even Rhaenys was very quite soft with Corlys, I think. We never saw Rhaenys yell at Corlys like this or anything. Rhaenys was only ever sort of gently suggesting and persuading with Corlys. Alan is really having a go to Corlys's face. So I think Corlys is kind of shocked, partly. But the question here, I guess, is what's Corlys going to do now? Is he going to acknowledge Alan and Adam? Is he going to make Alan the heir to Driftmark, as Adam suggested earlier this season? What's Corlys's next move here? What's next for this family? What's that going to mean for Alan? So yeah, I thought that was nice. So after Daemon had all those crazy dreams, Rhaenyra turned up to Harrenhal to see what her husband has been doing all this time. And as it turns out, the answer is drugs. So Daemon says, it's very tense. It's a bit like Adam's confrontation with Rhaenyra earlier. Rhaenyra is facing her husband and is not quite sure if her husband is going to support her or is going to rebel against her. And they do this publicly, which is hilarious. But in front of everyone, Rhaenyra says, "Who are you sworn to? Who are you loyal to?" And Daemon says, Rhaenyra, I've done a lot of drugs. I've seen that there's actually a frosty bad man coming, and the world is magical, and we must unite to save the world. This is not what Rhaenyra was expecting. This is quite funny that Daemon comes out with this. But it's not the first time Rhaenyra has heard this, because Viserys told her about the cold from the north and how they need to unite against it. So Rhaenyra is familiar with these ideas. Her husband is acting a whole lot like her father, which is awkward. But Daemon ultimately swears to support Rhaenyra, and like kind of for the first time ever, he really sort of actually says, and he actually acknowledges that Viserys chose you, and you are the rightful queen. So Daemon shows a humility that he has never shown before, and a loyalty that he has never shown before. And Rhaenyra, like interestingly, like Rhaenyra doesn't like rush into Daemon's arms. She says, "Leave me again at your peril." And then Daemon leans in as though to kiss Rhaenyra or embrace Rhaenyra, but then Rhaenyra turns away. So, Rhaenyra is not stupid enough to go, "Oh, Daemon is fantastic now. I'm going to rush back into his arms." I mean, remember that Daemon strangled her last season. Daemon had a little child murdered and she got blamed for it. Daemon has done a spot of treason on and off in season 1. So the fact that Daemon says, "Oh, I'm loyal now," Rhaenyra has not forgotten all of Daemon's prior behavior, and she's still not sure if she can trust him, which I think makes a lot of sense. But Daemon at least seems to be a changed man for now, so we're going to have to see in season 3 how that plays out. And we see how Daemon is a leader of men. He goes rah, 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 all the men shout along with him. It's like we saw Daemon with his gold cloaks in season 1. Daemon does have a knack for winning the loyalty of people, which is certainly true as the books as well. Thanks for the donation from Tom the Boss, who says, "What if Daemon's visions are made worse by the underlying crab feeder grayscale?" So, yeah, I mean, the crab feeder was that pirate leader in season 1 who Daemon killed, and folks noticed that Daemon got covered in the blood of this guy who has this disease, grayscale. Grayscale has different forms. So, like, there is the infectious form of grayscale that can turn you into a zombie. But then there is, like, the inert version of grayscale that doesn't infect you, like Shireen has in Game of Thrones. Like, in the books, it explains how there's these different forms. In the TV show, it's a little bit different. Like, Shireen's grayscale was cured by Stannis and the healers and stuff. But in the books, at least, I think that the crab feeder's grayscale was probably not infectious, and if it was, Daemon didn't get infected. But I mean, there is this mark on Daemon's skin, and I think that the mark on Daemon's skin is the burn that he got from the fire arrow on the stepstones. But some people have interpreted this as Daemon getting grayscale. Like, you can see on his shoulder here, it does look fairly gnarly, and it looks worse than it did in season 1. So I guess some people are speculating that Daemon has grayscale, and that's making him lose his marbles, because grayscale can make you go crazy. So maybe that's causing him to have crazy trippy visions. I don't think that's what's going on. I think that's just a scar from the burn, and I think the grayscale was inert, but that's certainly a theory that we can have. We get some adventures in Tyrosh, I suppose. So Tyland Lannister was ordered to come to have a meeting with the Triarchy. So the Triarchy is an alliance of Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys. And they, in season 1, were led by the Crab Feeder, and they took over the Stepstones. So the Stepstones are this chain of islands here. It's not like a super important chain of islands, but it is useful for controlling the oceans and controlling the Narrow Sea. So that's why Daemon and Corlys went and killed the Crab Feeder. And then the Triarchy came back, so Corlys went and had to defeat the Triarchy again off-screen. And now Aemond has had the genius idea of inviting these disreputable pirates back to Westeros to try and use them against Corlys. In the books, this is actually Otto's idea. And it's also Otto's idea to promise to give the Stepstones to the Triarchy. So, like, in this scene in the show, the Triarchy asks for the Stepstones, and Tyland is like, "No, I couldn't possibly give you the Stepstones." But in the books, the Greens do want to give the Stepstones to the Triarchy because Westeros has never actually owned the Stepstones anyway. Like, Westeros has never really claimed ownership, and so the idea of giving them the Stepstones is kind of giving them something that they have never owned. So in the books, it's kind of this clever political thing. Whereas in the show, it appears that Tyland is like, "Oh, I couldn't possibly give you the Stepstones." Maybe that's part of Tyland acting and being a smart politician. But yeah, they're like these Eastern pirates, and I suppose that this scene is set in Tyrosh, because in the books, Tyrosh is where the Triarchy meet and Tyrosh is closest to King's Landing. So this is probably Tyrosh, which we've never seen before in on screen. We have seen Pentos before, we've seen Bravos before, we've seen Volantis before on Game of Thrones. This is our first view of Tyrosh, and it looks like a pretty delightful tropical paradise, honestly. There's monkeys, there's palm trees. What more could you want? But the Triarchy guys are saying, we want you to give us a whole lot of money, because the Lannisters are famously rich, and the Lannisters, their mountain Castle Rock is made of gold. And this is something that happens in the Game of Thrones books as well, where people, especially people in Essos, they hear these stories about how the Lannisters are the richest people in the world and they have gold coming out the wazoo. And the Lannisters are very rich, but they don't have a mountain made of gold. They're not as rich as people think. And so in the books as well, when Tyrion is in the East, he has these problems where everyone thinks that he's way richer than he is, which can be useful if you're like promising, oh yeah, I'll totally give you lots of gold. But if people are asking for gold for you on the spot, it's like, well, the Lannisters aren't actually that rich, so it's kind of a disadvantage. But Tyrosh is famous for having dyes. I think apparently it's inspired by some real-world historical cities like Tyre in Lebanon, which was famous for Tyrian purple or Tyrian purple, which was a purple dye that came from a particular sea snail. And so that lore gets copied in Game of Thrones. Tyrosh is famous for this unique sea snail that makes these colorful dyes. And so the Tyroshi famously dye their beards and their hair colors like green and purple and blue, and they wear these brightly colored clothes. So it's a celebration of the dyes, which are like an economic advantage that they have. Now, in the books, so remember Daario Naharis? So like Daario was Daenerys's love interest. And Daario was played by a couple of different actors across season 3 and later. But Daario in the TV show is like this pretty like average-looking dark-haired white guy type dude. Whereas in the books, Daario is Tyroshi. And so Daario in the books, he has this dyed blue hair and he wears like canary yellow clothing. And he just looks like an absolute goofball. Like, he's this flamboyant pirate guy. All these, like, flamboyant, dyed hair pirates that we're seeing on Hot D now, that's what Daario's meant to look like in the books. And I think it forever is a shame that the Game of Thrones TV show was too cowardly to give us this blue-haired lunatic being Daenerys' love interest, because that's what happens in the books. They just make a generic dude instead in the show. Bring back lore-accurate Daario. So, that's kind of what, like, Tyroshi folks are like. Tyrosh is also involved in, like, Doran Martell's conspiracy in the books, which is a whole thing. It's funny that, like, Aegon in this episode, like, Larys says, let's go live in the East, and Aegon says, oh, you want me to live with the goat fuckers? And it's funny that Aegon sort of sneers his nose at Essos, because in the books, at least, like, the Free Cities are based on, like, these, rich, cultured European merchant cities. And in a lot of ways, they are more, like, advanced and enlightened than Westeros is. Like, a lot of Eastern people sneer at Westeros for being uncivilized, because Westeros is more violent than a lot of the East is. Like, in Tyrosh, in the lore, they talk about how they value money and they do, like, trade wars more than they do actual violent wars a lot of the time. It's dominated by wealth rather than birth. Like, it's even more meritocratic, where instead of being ruled by monarchs, it's ruled by, like, rich magisters, which is still, unequal. But in a lot of ways, the eastern cities are a lot more enlightened than Westeros is. And so it's kind of funny that Aegon thumbs his nose at these places. There is a lot of slavery in a lot of these cities, though. Tyrosh is especially involved in the slave trade. But anyway, so Tyland is having these negotiations with the Triarchy, and some of the Triarchy guys, like, brag about the wealth and the power of the Triarchy, and they say something about, like, Essos is rich and vast, which is kind of an absurd line, because Essos is, like, a massive continent. Like, saying that, oh, we're great because Essos is vast and rich. It's a bit like saying, oh, Eurasia is vast and rich. I don't know, it's just a bit of a silly line. But anyway, they basically agree eventually. It is a pain in the ass negotiating with the Triarchy because they don't have just one king who makes the decision. The Triarchy, at least in the books, is governed by a council of 33 magisters. There's 11 magisters from each of the cities, Tyrosh, Lear, and Lys and Mir. And all of them want their own advantage, and all of them are ambitious, and so it takes them forever to actually agree to do anything. But Thailand does eventually get the Triarchy to start to be open to the idea of helping the Greens attack Corlys. But then we learn that Thailand needs to impress the commander. So we meet Shirako Lohar, played by Abigail Thorne. It's quite funny that Shirako asks if Thailand is a philosopher, because the actor Abigail Thorne is a YouTuber who has a channel called Philosophy Tube. There's actually quite a lot of philosophy talk this episode. Kristen also talks about philosophy this episode. But we learn that Shirako is eccentric and is a weirdo and is a fighter and seems to have a bit of a crush on Thailand. And so she insists that Thailand must best her in a mud wrestling competition in order to accept the alliance with the Triarchy. One of the characters on screen refers to Shirako as like him, but Abigail Thorne says that Shirako is she, her, is female. And part of that is it's playing with gender roles, right? Like we saw how Rhaenyra is struggling with gender roles, especially in season 1. She's trying to like rebel and break the rules and the strictures of being a woman. And I think Shirako is a part of that. Shirako is like defying gender norms by being this like badass female warrior and leader who rules with strength, much to the confusion of like Thailand and the Triarchy, who are not used to a woman behaving this way. And so that's part of why we get like the misgendering and stuff going on. And yeah, also Shirako insistently keeps calling Thailand the wrong name. So then Aemond goes and does his war crime in Sharp Point. Vhagar seems to be having a great time. Like we get this close up on Vhagar's face. Like look at Vhagar's expression. Vhagar is loving this. Vhagar is loving burning thousands of innocent people because that's kind of what Vhagar has done historically. Like one of the worst war crimes in Westerosi history was like the desolation of Dorne and the scorching of Dorne, which happened after Queen Rhaenys Targaryen died in Dorne. She was killed by Dornishmen, and so Aegon the Conqueror and Visenya were furious, and they went out and they burned Dorne over and over. And so there is this idea, this sort of fan theory, that Vhagar is kind of into it, and Vhagar remembers doing those war crimes, and Vhagar enjoys scorching innocent people, and that Vhagar's mind and desires are influencing Aemond. I mean, we got to wonder, like, after what we saw with the sowing of the seeds, we got to wonder, well, like, why did Vhagar accept Aemond? We've seen dragons refuse to accept certain riders, but Vhagar did accept Aemond, and I wonder if Vhagar on some level was like, oh yeah, Aemond, here's someone who will do some war crimes with me. Here's someone who will let me burn people alive. Maybe that's part of the sort of evil of Vhagar influencing Aemond. And maybe Visenya, in some sense, lives on within Vhagar. Visenya was a pretty, like, hard-ass warrior woman who was quite cruel and was a bit witchy and, you know, supported Maegor the Cruel. Maybe Visenya lives on in her dragon in the same way that wargs live on in their animals. So there's interesting influences on Aemond there. And it's a very scary, like, face that Aemond is pulling here. He looks sort of detached, but also pleased. It's a pretty scary look. And as the Blacks say this episode, if Aemond is willing to do these war crimes, he might do more. He is feeling insecure about Rhaenyra having gotten these dragons. He's suddenly losing the war, and so he's taking it out on these civilians. We get a really interesting scene with Aegon, who is very unwell, and he just wants to drink. He says that Orwell is a good man, which is interesting. I mean, this episode's interesting because Orwell does something for the first time. Like, for most of the series, Orwell has just kind of wanted to do his job. He was really disturbed seeing Lyman get murdered right next to him, so I think that Orwell's entire arc is informed by his fear of being murdered like Lyman was. But Lyman, so yeah, like, Orwell has mostly tried to stay neutral. Like, he told Alicent that, oh, I don't know who Viserys wanted to be king. which was probably a lie. Viserys's poultices Orwell's poultices has probably helped Aegon stay alive as it helped Viserys stay alive. But Aegon says Orwell's a good man, and I think that's really interesting because Orwell is like Mr. Neutral in this war. He's tried not to intervene in any way, but in this episode he finally does, because Alicent asks Orwell to help her smuggle herself onto Dragonstone, and Orwell does it. He takes her side. He does treason because, King Aegon and Prince Aemond don't know about smuggling Queen Alicent over to Dragonstone. So this is the first time Orwell really takes action. So I think that question of, like, is Orwell a good man? I think that's going through Orwell's head. He's like, I've stayed neutral this whole time, so should I help Alicent? What's right for the realm? What's right for my vows as a maester? What about my obligation to King Aegon? I think that he's sort of quietly having a lot of moral questioning in this episode. But then Larys turns up and says, hey, we're leaving. And, they have this shot showing Aegon's broken leg and all of his injuries. He does appear to be wearing pants now, which is a step up. He's healed remarkably quickly, hasn't he? I don't know how many days or weeks it's been since Aegon was burned at Rook's Rest. He's looking pretty good for someone who had, like, 8th degree burns all over his body not long ago. But in any case, Larys is like, we're leaving. Get in, loser. We're going to Braavos. And they're going to try and live off the money that Larys has taken from Harrenhal and has been keeping in the Iron Bank of Braavos. So you'll remember that Braavos is where Arya goes and hangs out in, like, season 5. Braavos is this sort of advanced eastern city, and it has those faceless men, assassins, and it has the Iron Bank. So that's where Larys and Aegon are going to hang out, wait for this war to blow over, and then they'll come back. And it'll totally be great. In the books, we see Daenerys and Viserys, like, they were Targaryens who ran to the east because of a war, and then Magister Illyrio Mepadus kept saying, yeah, like, Viserys, everyone is so excited for you to come back and claim your rightful throne, which was, like, maybe a lie. To some extent, that was a lie. As it turns out, not many people were keen for Viserys to come back to Westeros in Game of Thrones. A lot of people weren't keen for Daenerys to come back to Westeros in Game of Thrones. So this idea of, Larys telling Aegon what he wants to hear, people are totally going to welcome you back once we run east, is interesting to hear. And yeah, obviously the pain of transporting Aegon when, half his bones are still healing is a terrifying prospect. So we sort of realize that this is why Larys and Orwell have been pushing Aegon to walk, is that he needs to be able to walk and he needs to get stronger in order to escape King's Landing. So Aegon wants to stay and he wants to arrest Aemond, but Larys points out that Aemond is too dangerous and too angry. Aemond will probably kill Aegon, and even if Aegon can deal with Aemond, Rhaenyra and her 7 dragons are just going to come and take over and almost certainly kill Aegon. So I think Larys is correct that there's kind of no winning for Aegon right now, and running away to the east probably is the safest thing to do. And yeah, like people losing these wars and running away to the east is a time-honored tradition. Bittersteel and the Blackfires and all those fellas have been doing the same thing for a long time. So this is a move that makes sense. And Aegon questions, like, what is he living for? Like, he says that Sunfire is dead, which is a surprise. His dragon Sunfire, who was wounded by Vhagar at the Battle of Rook's Rest. And he also says that his penis has been destroyed in the burns, which is upsetting. Because we know that, Aegon loved pleasure, he loved sex, he loved wine, he loved all those things. I mean, Aegon also raped someone, so it does feel kind of appropriate for his cock to be burned off. But it's definitely a horrifying and existential fact for Aegon, especially in this monarchy, right? Like, if King Aegon wants to be a king, he needs to have heirs, and his son Jaehaerys was killed. So, ironically, now that Aegon can't have sex, his only heir is his daughter Jaehaera, and yet the whole reason Aegon is king is because this monarchy has rejected Rhaenyra for being a girl. So Aegon has, like, bamboozled himself. Like, he's on team patriarchy, but he can't have a male heir. He can't continue the patriarchy. So it's this kind of hilarious irony. And yeah, he specifies that his penis burst like a sausage and ran down his leg, which is more detail than I needed to hear. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely this question of like, if you can't have children and if you can't have sex, what's the goddamn point of being alive? It's a decent question for a man to ask in this situation. And like there are a lot of cockless men in Game of Thrones. Like Varys doesn't have a penis, and so Varys dedicates himself to like the good of the realm and helping others. In the books, it's a little bit more complicated than that. There are theories that Varys might be helping young Griff because he might be related. Watch our Varys video if you're interested in that. There's also Grey Worm and all the Unsullied who don't have penises, and Grey Worm dedicates himself to Daenerys, and he has this sort of complicated relationship with Missandei, this love, which they express despite having all of the requisite hardware. And there's also Theon, who has his penis cut off and then wonders what the hell he's doing with himself. So the author George Martin is quite fascinated, it seems, with not having a cock. And so Aegon continues that tradition. The books don't specify the state of Aegon's genitalia, but yeah, it's definitely a worthy question for the show to explore, I think. So, yeah, what is Aegon's goal now? And it seems like Aegon doesn't know why he's alive at this point. But Larys says, well, hey, like, you don't look great and you don't have a wee, but you can be a good king. What if you are remembered as Aegon the Peacemaker, Aegon the Rebuilder, Aegon the Victorious? So that continues the epithets conversation we were having earlier in this season. I mean, Aegon was saying, should I be the magnanimous? Should I be the, the strong or whatever? And the dragon cock was one of the ideas that was floated by his friends. So it's ironic that Aegon the dragon cock now doesn't have a cock and doesn't have a dragon. His dragon's dead and his cock is gone, so he's not Aegon the dragon cock anymore. But Larys is like, well, hey, like, if you come back to Westeros after Rhaenyra and Aemond destroy each other, then you can be a great king, and then you'll be loved, and then you'll be remembered. Because that is one of the, like, things that Aegon liked last season, was the love of the common people. So maybe that can be the purpose of his life now. And there's also this wonderful sympathy that Larys has for Aegon. Like, I think Larys is trying to use Aegon for his own advantage to some extent, but I think Larys also clearly has some genuine love for Aegon and sympathizes with Aegon, because they are both, like, physically disabled in various ways. And, Aegon says, oh, I'm hideous and I'm ugly and I'm crippled and I'm alone. And Larys says, you are not alone. So despite the fact that Larys is an evil murderer and a manipulator, he sees himself in Aegon. I mean, he reminds me of Littlefinger, actually, because Littlefinger is also a murderer and a manipulator and like a terrible person who tries to manipulate everyone from the shadows out of a sense of being wronged at a young age, which I think is also what Larys is. But Littlefinger sort of tries to mold Sansa in his image and tries to teach Sansa. And ultimately, in the TV show at least, Sansa rejects Littlefinger. And so I wonder, like, will Aegon become Larys Jr. or will Aegon reject Larys at some point? It's a potentially really interesting relationship. But Aegon also calls himself the Realm's Delight. And so the Realm's Delight is a title that's been applied to Rhaenyra a couple of times in the TV show. It's a bit stronger in the books. Like, in the books, there's this idea that Rhaenyra is really popular and beloved by everyone because she's beautiful and she's bright and she's like everyone's favorite at court. Like, in the TV show, it leans more into this idea that Rhaenyra feels like a bit of a misfit, whereas in the books, Rhaenyra is like the popular one. Like, I think in the books, there's more energy of Rhaenyra being like sort of spoiled and privileged, and then that sort of coming back to bite her later on. But that's not quite what they're going for in the show so much, I think. But yeah, the Realm's Delight. So it's really kind of interesting for Aegon to call himself the Realm's Delight when that's normally a title applied to Rhaenyra. It makes you wonder if Aegon is maybe jealous of Rhaenyra's popularity in some way. Wants to be like Rhaenyra. I mean, one of the tragedies is that we've never had a scene with Aegon and Rhaenyra. It's so funny that Aegon and Rhaenyra are, at least in theory, they are leading this war. They are the opponents in this war. They are the center of this struggle. And yet Rhaenyra and Aegon have never interacted directly, which I think is one of the ironies. Like, the war isn't really about them. The war is about something broader. So, yeah, interesting stuff. So, yeah, we have several scenes of Rhaena wandering the Vale, drinking from this stream. It reminds me a lot of Daenerys in the end of season 5 when she's wandering the Dothraki Sea. In the books, there's a memorable passage about when Daenerys drinks some water from a stream, and then she gets really bad diarrhea. And there are several paragraphs describing Daenerys's diarrhea, and the more she drank, the more she shat, and she made all this brown water. And it's like, my goodness, George, this is a lot of diarrhea detail. This is more diarrhea detail than we needed. But yes, that's something that happens in the books, and I think there's a lot of energy, a lot of the same energy here with Rhaena, sorry. It's crazy how short these scenes are. Like, there's like, what? There's like 3 very short mini Rhaena scenes in this episode, and like throughout the season earlier, there's more like 1 minute long Rhaena scenes. It's kind of crazy to me how many tiny pieces of a Rhaena arc they have in this season, when like it's like maybe they could have consolidated that into like fewer longer scenes in fewer episodes perhaps. I feel like the structure and the pacing of this entire season is a bit balked. Like it feels like it's building up, but it doesn't really have a climax. Like, there was a lot of climactic stuff at the start of this season, with like the murder of Jaehaerys and, you know, Eric and Arik fighting and the Battle of Rook's Rest, and also, you know, the conversations, like Rhaenyra's conversation with Daemon, Aegon's conversation with Otto. Like, they were the most explosive moments of this season, and most of them happened at the start of the season. The second half of the season has been a lot more restrained. We did have the sowing of the seeds, which was pretty spectacular, but all of that sort of feels like build up, you know? So I do feel like the structure and the pacing of this season is a bit whack. And I think that might have something to do with the 8-episode season, because originally this was meant to be a 10-episode season, but then they got changed to 8. And I do wonder if that may have caused some restructuring and some rewriting. Because, like, there are events that they could have put at the end of this season, if it was a 10-episode season, that might make the structure feel differently, you know? So yeah, I do feel like the structure and the pacing has been weird. I feel like the thematic exploration in this episode particularly has been great. Like, the way it combines like all of these political and like gender and like class issues, like all of the meditations on power, I think are done really nicely, and they are the point of this story and the point of this world. And I think Daemon's conclusion is satisfying, and I think that like Alan and Corliss's conversation is long overdue. But yeah, I feel like in terms of the plot and like the momentum of the plot, it has been an awful lot of like building up and waiting around, with like not a whole lot of payoff in this finale, in my opinion. So Jace talks to Ulf and Hugh. So the reason why Jace is upset is that Jace is a bastard, and he has dark hair, and so he doesn't look like a legitimate Targaryen. He is not a legitimate Targaryen because he is a bastard. But his political status and his life depends on him convincing everyone that he is legit, and he is trueborn, and he is a Targaryen, even though he's actually Harwin's bastard. And the one thing he's got going for him, one of the main things he's got going for him, is that he's got a dragon. And that's something that's emphasized in the books as well. Everyone knows that only a Targaryen can ride a dragon. So the fact that Jace has a dragon, well, that shows that he really is the true Targaryen prince and the Targaryen heir of Rhaenyra. The fact that these random bastards, Hugh and Ulf and Adam, have dragons, bigger dragons than Jace's dragon, that's a problem for Jace, because those people look more like trueborn Targaryens than he does. They have, or at least Hugh and to some extent Ulf, have white hair. And that is, everyone knows, is a symbol of being a true Targaryen. And their dragons are bigger. Vermithor and Silverwing are the dragons of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne. So, like, this is a world where symbols matter. I mean, like, Aegon is called Aegon Targaryen. Aegon has Aegon the Conqueror's crown and sword and dagger. Symbols matter. Appearances matter. And that's why Jace feels so threatened. Because Ulf and Hugh and Adam, they have the symbol of the dragons, they have silver hair, they have a lot going for them, and there are examples in Targaryen history where people have rebelled and people have supported a different claimant to the throne because they have more of these symbols. So there's a lot of good political reasons why Jace is uncomfortable with these Targaryen bastard dragon riders suddenly having dragons. And also, of course, it's an emotional thing where Jace feels like, he's being replaced. Rhaenyra's picking these other people instead of him. It reminds him of all of his identity struggles. It's a personally and politically fraught situation. So that's why Jace is so upset. And Ulf is not helping, because Ulf keeps saying, you and me, we're the same. We're cut from the same cloth, which is the opposite of what Jace wants to believe. He wants to prove that he's different and better than Ulf. And so, he threatens to hang Ulf and feed his body to the dogs in the streets. Probably not a helpful thing to say. Jace is in a difficult position because he needs to assert his authority over these grown-ass men when he's just a kid with a much smaller dragon, but that's what he does. So obviously this is a really big problem for Rhaenyra. Like, she needs all of her dragon riders to be loyal and to be on the same side, but there's a lot of personal and political jousting going on. Thanks to the donation from Helena's Bug Collection, who says, we spend so much time with the royals and how they behave, and so when they give us Ulf, who's this common person, we're like, wow, these really are some snooty rich people. Yeah, I really enjoy how, this show is about political power, it's about gender power, and they are increasingly exploring class as well. Because it turns out that, rich people have power that poor people don't, and there's like a cultural clash and a class clash that's experienced when, Adam comes to Dragonstone and meets with his rich father. When, Ulf and Hugh and Mysaria come into the royal court at Dragonstone, and there's this power imbalance, and there's this difference in language. I mean, remember when Arya goes to Harrenhal and she's talking to Tywin, and Arya is trying to pretend to be a common person, but Tywin points out that, oh, Arya, you keep saying my lord instead of my lord, and that shows that you are highborn, not lowborn. So, it's not just about crowns, it's not just about cocks and balls, it's also about class, and that is one of the things that divides people and defines people's identity, and which causes a great deal of pain. Jace is having a tough time. What else did we have to say about that scene? It's very funny to me that Ulf is playing hooky and not going to his dragon classes, because that's what's going on, is that, Ulf and Hugh have got dragons, but they don't know how to speak Valyrian, they don't know the difference between Dracarys and Dohaeris. They should learn how to control their dragon. They've just got a nuke, they need to know how to turn it on and off, they need how to say here and beg and roll over, they need to train their dragon. So Rhaenyra's trying to get them to do dragon classes to learn how to do those things, and Ulf is like, nah, I would rather sit here and drink wine, which is wild to me. Imagine not going to your dragon classes. What are his priorities? I'm also curious who is running these dragon classes, because last episode, the Dragon Keepers, who are the people who, run the dragon classes, like we saw young Jace and young Aegon getting dragon classes from the Dragon Keepers. We saw that in episode 6. And yet, the Dragon Keepers said that they would not support Rhaenyra in accepting these new dragon seeds. So it's like, who's running the dragon classes? Is Maester Gerardus just doing his best and saying, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure Dohaeris means serve? How are these guys going to learn? And also, Rhaenyra said, we're going to fly and we're going to burn the Hightowers and burn the Lannisters in 3 days. Is 3 days long enough? We have seen Vhagar disobey Aemon's orders. We have seen Arrax disobey Luke's orders. Are Ulf and Hugh and Adam going to be able to control their massive ancient dragons with this short amount of a time? It's dangerous. It's scary. And we'll see how that goes. So, we talked about how, I just like the pure awkwardness between Ulf and Hugh, I think is really fun. So, we move on to Driftmark, and we have a conversation between Rhaenyra and her hand Corlys. I am kind of baffled that Corlys hasn't done anything for this entire season. The biggest thing that Corlys has done this season is be yelled at by Alan. Like Rhaenyra made Corlys her hand of the queen, which is like her right hand man. I was expecting Corlys to swing into action, but all he's done is just maintain this blockade, which is like, okay, all right. But Corlys tells Rhaenyra, hey, you need to act. You've got 7 dragons. The Greens only have a few dragons, so you need to act right now while you can. Which, I think the most sensible plan would be for Rhaenyra to get her 7 dragons together and go and kill Vhagar. I think that would end the war. I think this plan of like going and burning Lannisters and Hightowers instead is a bit donkey-brained, because Rhaenyra is trying to avoid unnecessary deaths. She's saying, oh, well, I can't attack King's Landing because that would cause unnecessary deaths. But she is saying that she's going to go and, like, attack Lannisport and Old Town, which are, like, densely populated cities, which would get a lot of people killed. And she's like, I need to do that because I don't want to attack King's Landing. I think it's got a little bit of the same problem that Daenerys had in Game of Thrones Season 8, where she's like, well, I've got the dragons, I could win the war, but I don't want to kill people, so I better go and burn thousands of soldiers instead. It's like, huh? But yeah, so Corlys is saying you need to act right now. And Corlys talks about the threat of Helena's dragon, Dreamfire. And yeah, as we said, Dreamfire is one of the oldest, biggest dragons, at least in the books, one of the oldest, biggest dragons. I did mistakenly say in a previous live stream that Dreamfire is young, but no, Dreamfire is one of the older dragons. Dreamfire was previously ridden by a Rhaena Targaryen, a different Rhaena Targaryen. We talk a bit about Dreamfire in our video, What's West of Westeros, actually. We talk about Dreamfire and Alyssa and Rhaena and all of that. So yeah, I hope that we'll see more of Dreamfire in the future, but we've never seen Helena ride Dreamfire. Corlys has renamed his ship. His ship was called the Sea Snake. He named it after himself, which is pretty narcissistic. But this is a very important, famous ship, because this is the ship that Corlys sailed across the world on his famous 9 voyages. He's taken this ship to Ashai, which is like the other side of the world. Like, this is like the equivalent of like a Apollo lunar landing module or something. Like, it's kind of crazy that this ship is still functional and still going after all these years and all the distance that it's crossed. But Corlys says that he's renaming his ship to the Queen Who Never Was, which is the nickname of his dead wife, Rhaenys. And he's saying that, for most of my life, I was following my own ambition, my own pride, my own goals, but now I'm going to honor my dead wife, Rhaenys. Which I think is a bit ironic, because, Rhaenys, for most of the first season, was saying, hey, Corlys, I don't want you to go off on voyages. I don't want you to do wars. I don't want you to put our family on the throne. I want you to just chill and stay with your family and stay with your wife and just be a good husband and a good father and a good grandfather. So there is an irony in that Corlys is naming his ship and he's going into war, and he's doing a war in Rhaenys' name, even though Rhaenys never wanted war. And like Rhaenys did towards the end, she did say that, well, like, hey, I guess we've got to do the war now. Like, you've taken us too far. There's no going back. We've got to just do the war and help Rhaenyra win. But yeah, I guess the point is that Corlys is trying to focus on family and honor family a bit more in any case. So, I also would have liked it if they talked about the death of Laenor. Like, because last we heard, Corlys believed that Rhaenyra was involved in the murder of his son Laenor. And as far as we know, Corlys doesn't know that Laenor is actually secretly still alive. Or maybe Laenor has died off screen. Maybe that's what was suggested when Rhaenyra said that Seasmoke is lonely and Seasmoke misses his bond. I think it's fair to assume that Rhaenyra believes that Laenor has died. But it seems like Corlys might have feelings about that. And I think it's kind of crazy that Rhaenyra and Corlys have never had a conversation about Laenor. It's interesting, in the books, Corlys blames Rhaenyra for the death of Rhaenys, because at Rook's Rest, like before Rook's Rest, Rhaenyra was going to go, but Rhaenys went instead, and Rhaenys died. And so there's this huge argument between Corlys and Rhaenyra, and it's Jace who comes in and like makes Corlys Hand of the Queen, and then Corlys sort of comes back into the fold. But they don't do that division in the show here. So yeah, Corlys keeps saying you got to crush the beast, you got to win the war right now, which I think is pretty good advice. Because, yeah, there are soldiers coming. The Lannister army is coming. The Hightower army is coming. Let's not dilly-dally. But one of the other loose ends is Daemon, because Daemon's gathering this massive army in the Riverlands, and they have no idea whether Daemon is going to support Rhaenyra or not, because he does do a little bit of mild to moderate treason with startling regularity. So Rhaenyra scooches up to Harrenhal to see what her husband's been doing. Thanks for the super chat from Edwin, who says, so much teasing about Dreamfire without showing her. I know, right? Dreamfire is blue and beautiful and big and powerful in the books, so I hope we get to see her. There is a dragon who might be Dreamfire, who we saw in the background of episode 7. There was also that dragon under the dragon pit that Aemond saw, which might be Dreamfire, but it's pretty hard to tell. So, Daemon talks about whether dragons prefer eating sheep or pigs, and you get the sense that Daemon really doesn't care about this conversation. Like, it continues that idea that, you know, Daemon has at various times wanted to be king, but he isn't very interested in governing or dealing with details. As it turns out, being a political leader is mostly boring. Like, it reminds me of in Game of Thrones when, you know, Sansa is ruling Winterfell and she's having to tell people to put leather on their breastplates, and it's all like, oh, it's actually really mundane. Being a ruler is actually quite dull. But yeah, Daemon reveals that Caraxes prefers eating pork, so there's some new lore for us. And Alfred Broom turns up, because remember, Rhaenyra sent Alfred Broom to go to Harrenhal to see what Daemon is doing. I think she partly did that just to get rid of Alfred Broom, but she figures that maybe Daemon will actually listen to Alfred, because Daemon has not been replying to Rhaenyra's messages. And Daemon sees Alfred and rudely walks right past him and says, "Ah, interesting." So I think that Daemon sees Alfred as just the latest development in the passive-aggressive couples fight that's been happening between Rhaenyra and Daemon, doing silent treatment to each other. And yeah, he just sees him as an extension of her, until they have this like private conversation where Alfred says, "Hey Daemon, I think you should take power, and I think you should like take control over Rhaenyra, and like, yeah, like Rhaenyra is the rightful heir, but we need a man right now to lead this war," because Alfred has been continually frustrated by Rhaenyra's hesitance to fight and to attack. So yeah, Alfred does a bit of light treason, and Daemon sort of entertains it and sort of listens, because Daemon hasn't had his crazy visions yet of the future. So it seems like at this point Daemon is still a little bit uncertain whether he will obey Rhaenyra or not, and it seems like it's the visions that really change his mind. Interestingly, the tree talks. The tree says traitor. We hear a whisper from the weirwood tree. And that's something that happens in the books, is that sometimes greenseers like Bran and like Bloodraven, they can speak through the trees, and they can even do it through time. So like in season 6, we saw Bran Stark speak through the trees to Ned Stark when we saw Ned Stark at the Tower of Joy. So there is this idea that the Greenseers can try and influence people from afar and throughout time. So for all we know, this voice saying traitor, it might be Bran Stark. It might be Bloodraven. That is a thing that happens. Like, Bran talks to Theon through the trees at one point in the books. And usually they fail to influence things. Like, usually time travel is either ineffective or a bad idea, like with the Hodor situation. But yeah, the trees say traitor. So I guess maybe that could be Alice Rivers, her influence. Like, she seems to be a Greenseer. Maybe Alice is sort of telling Daemon, hey, don't do treason, because Alice seems to want Daemon to unite with Rhaenyra for the survival of the world against the White Walkers ultimately. So Alfred still looks quite uncomfortable when all the Riverlords rah for Daemon. So I wonder what Alfred's future is going to be. Thanks for the donation from Nikki, who subscribed to nebula.tv/AltSwiftX for all of those extra Swift Glidus videos. P.S. My girlfriend, who doesn't know much about Ice and Fire, is hoping we get to see the monkey riding atop Cheese's dog. Yeah, well, I mean, maybe Cheese walked into the monkey, I'm not sure, but I was also thrilled to see the primate. Thanks for the donation from Dan Curtis, who says, wish they cast younger actors for Adam and Alan, and maybe leaned into the idea that Lenor was their father. Yeah, so in the books, Alan and Adam, it is claimed that Adam and Alan are Lenor Velarion's children, which I think is partly a way for Corlys to not admit that they're his bastards and not admit that he cheated on Rhaenys. But yeah, in the books they are like 15 and 16 years old, and it's a bit of a different energy with them. It was an interesting choice to age them up. Thank you for the super chat from Curmudgeon Muffin, who says, this episode proved that none of the contenders should sit on the throne. It's like everyone is competing to do the least direct and most risky course possible. Yeah, it's funny because Dragonstone and King's Landing are very close to each other. I mean, as we saw last episode when Ulf and Silverwing flew to King's Landing, like, it's right there. The throne is right there. Rhaenyra has 7 dragons, 6 on Dragonstone. She could fly and land on the Red Keep and take the throne tomorrow. One of her concerns is that, if there's a dragon battle above King's Landing, that could kill thousands of people, especially if it is that Vhagar, lands and explodes. We saw that dead dragons explode at Rook's Rest, so maybe that's one of the concerns. But yeah, going and burning Rook's Rest, burning Sharp Point, burning the Lannister armies and the Hightower armies. It's funny because the throne is right there. They could take the throne right there. And if Aemond and Aegon and Vhagar were dead, I think the war would be over. But of course, the royal family is a family. Rhaenyra would really prefer to not destroy her own family. There's been enough of that already. So I think that's part of the issue. So, Aemond finds out about the dragon seeds being picked up by Alan and brought to Dragonstone for Rhaenyra, which is, a huge disaster for the Greens that Rhaenyra now has all these dragons. So Aemond declares that they're going to have to individually check all the fishing boats before they go out again. So that's going to be a problem because King's Landing is relying on the fishing boats to get food, and now the people are going to have an even tougher time because of this. We must all make our sacrifices. I like the idea that, Aegon, when Aegon finds out that Rhaenyra claimed 3 new dragons, he's like, that's impossible. And so it seems like the Targaryens, they really believe that only a true-born Targaryen dragon lord could possibly claim a dragon. And a common-born bastard could never claim a dragon. You gotta be true-born. You gotta be from a noble house. And so I think that arrogance and that, class arrogance, that's what has blinded the Targaryens and blinded the Greens in particular. If the Targaryens had realized that, random Targaryen bastards can claim dragons, then surely they would have acted to claim, Vermithor and Silverwing and Seasmoke and the wild dragons. I mean, Sheepstealer's hanging out in the Vale, and the Cannibal and Grey Ghost are out there somewhere as well. There are still more dragons up for grabs. So I wonder if, now that these Targaryens are realizing that, random bastards can claim dragons, I wonder if they're going to go and try and claim the other unclaimed dragons as well. Thanks for the super chat from Absent, who says, do you think Daemon mistook Daenerys for Rhaenyra in his vision? That's an interesting idea, because yeah, we do see Rhaenyra on the throne, but maybe that was meant to be a vision of Daenerys instead. I mean, we never see Daenerys sit the Iron Throne in Game of Thrones either, but the idea of misinterpreting visions definitely is a big part of this. Let's take a very brief hydration break, and we will be back very shortly. All right. So, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Thank you for the donation from Michael Schlapp, who says, Alt-Shift-X, if you were a dragon, who would you want to ride you? Phrasing, Michael. Do not deny me this answer, or I will curse the day you drew breath. Who would I want to ride me if I was a dragon? Well, I mean, I guess you might choose someone whose judgment you trust. Someone who's going to, like, use dragon power in a responsible way. I mean, Rhaenyra is trying really hard to do the right thing, and Rhaenyra has made catastrophic mistakes and is continuing to make catastrophic mistakes. But Rhaenyra at least tries really hard to be restrained and tries not to do too many war crimes. So that's a plus. Baela's a bit of a loose cannon. Aegon is cruel. Aemond is cruel. Jace is way too much of a moody teenager. I mean, everyone in this show is capable of very bad decision making, and that's kind of the point. So I don't know if I trust many of those people. Maybe what I would want is a writer who is really weak-willed, so that as a dragon I could just disobey them and do what I want to do. So, you know, maybe I would choose Jaehaera Targaryen, the young daughter of Helaena and Aegon, because then maybe I could just ignore the commands and hang out and drink pina coladas on the Summer Isles. Thanks for the super chat from Arrogant Whale, who says, Aegon's member is officially gone. R.I.P. his royal sausage. Yeah, kings need penises to make heirs. And now that Aegon doesn't have a penis, it's going to be very difficult for him to continue the monarchy. Thanks for the super chat from Guardian, who says, Hello, Mr. Shift. Did you read the books before the show released? No, I started reading the Game of Thrones books, A Song of Ice and Fire, around the time that, I think, like, season 2 or 3 was coming out. And I think that, like, you know, watching the show and reading the books alongside each other, it's sort of, I think I might have connected the book and the show in my head more. Like, I think I sort of see the show characters when I imagine the book characters sometimes. And I think it would be different if you had started reading the Song of Ice and Fire books when they came out in the 90s. That might, you might have a clearer, more separate image of the books. I mean, over time, like, you know, the more you read the books, you know, in Game of Thrones, the show went off the rails in the later seasons, so they do sort of become separate eventually, and that's how we've done those videos about the real Jon Snow and the real Tyrion. So yeah, the books and the show are very different. Jess K says that Helaena can do no wrong. She'd be a great dragon rider. Yeah, well, it is an interesting question, like, what would Helaena do if she was riding a dragon? Helaena says she doesn't want to kill anyone. She doesn't want to burn anyone. I wonder why Helaena avoids her dragon. I mean, one of the other interesting questions is, like, why did Viserys, like, what was Viserys' relationship with his dragon Balerion? Balerion was the biggest, baddest, most powerful entity in this world. And Viserys came away from that saying, dragons can't be controlled, they're scary, we should not mess with dragons. So, I wonder if Viserys was scared by what he experienced when he connected with Balerion. I wonder if Viserys had bad experiences. And I wonder if the dragons were connected to Viserys' visions. Because it does seem as though the bond between the dragon and the rider might influence the visions and cause people to have these prophetic dreams of the future, possibly. So I wonder if Helaena, since she, like Viserys, is also a dreamer and also has visions of the future, I wonder if Helaena, you know, riding Dreamfire and being with Dreamfire makes Helaena have more prophetic dreams. I mean, the dragon is called Dreamfire. So I wonder if Helaena avoids Dreamfire because Dreamfire causes Helaena to have more crazy, scary dreams. Maybe that's what's going on. Thanks for the super chat from Browns, who says, does Alicent know what would happen to her and Helaena if they took King's Landing? Yeah, as you say, I think in Game of Thrones Season 2 with the Battle of the Blackwater, Cersei says that if we lose this war, we could be murdered, we could be sexually assaulted. And so Cersei almost commits suicide with her son Tommen in the TV show. And yeah, maybe that is something that Alicent is also concerned about if it is that the Greens lose King's Landing. So Aemond at this point is like, well, okay, the Blacks have more dragons than us, so we need to get Helaena on our side. And so Aemond tells Helaena to come and ride a dragon, come and ride Dreamfire, join the war, and Alicent rebuffs him. and says that you should not corrupt Helena because she's innocent. And what will she be if her mind is broken? Which is a pretty rude thing to say in front of Helena. I guess Alicent is suggesting that like if you force Helena to join the war and to kill people, it will traumatize Helena, and that will be really bad for her mind. I think that there's kind of an interesting it's an interesting thing where Alicent is talking about Helena's mind being broken. Aegon has a broken body, and Aemond, I think, has a broken soul in the sense that he's so amoral and he's so twisted. So like each of Helena's children is so deeply messed up in a distinctly different way. Aegon, Helena, and Aemond are each broken in a different way. It's only her son Daeron, who apparently is just an all-round good kid, is what it seems. So it'll be really interesting to meet Daeron, the one good child of Alicent, apparently. But yeah, and yeah, Alicent also accuses Aemond of the evil of killing civilians for his own pride. And there's also this fairly heartbreaking moment where Helena tells Alicent that I was happier before I was queen. And so again, it's this idea that Alicent's father Otto forced her to be queen, and it sucked, and Alicent resented that, but now Alicent has done the same thing. Alicent has forced her daughter Helena to be queen, and it sucks. And Helena is suffering in a similar way to how Alicent did. And so Alicent talks about freedom. Alicent says, hey, how about we run away to the east? That's what Alicent hopes to do now, is to leave Westeros and to save Helena and save Jaehaera, and apparently to leave Aegon and Aemond behind. And for the first time, like maybe in like the whole season, Helena actually cracks a smile. Helena actually likes the idea of leaving, and Helena says, oh, where would we go? Because Helena has been stuck in the Red Keep for almost her entire life. The idea of freedom is pretty exciting for Helena. So it's really lovely to see her excited. So I hope that works out. So thanks for the super chat from Fleur Loving, who says, why don't Alicent and Helena just go wherever they want on Dreamfire? Yeah, I mean, that probably is an option. That probably is a good option, is if Helena and Alicent got on Dreamfire and just flew east and, got an apartment in Norvos. That might be the safest thing for them to do, yeah. But Alicent, I think, also is trying to resolve this war in a good way. Like, that's why Alicent, gets Rhaenyra to say, like, hey, I'll get King's Landing to surrender to you. We can end this war bloodlessly. And, part of Alicent at this point as well would like to protect Aegon. It's only later that Rhaenyra convinces Alicent that Aegon must die. So they can't exactly bring Aegon riding on the Dragon Dreamfire when he's covered in burns, I suppose. So, Alicent still has a feeling of connection and obligation to her two sons, Aegon and Aemond, of course. So that's part of the issue. But yeah, maybe flying off on a dragon would be the best thing for Alicent and Helena to do. So yeah, Alicent defies Aemond. Like, Alicent is the one person left who will do this, right? Like, Jasper and Larys would never be brave enough to shout at Aemond and tell him not to do war crimes. Aemond actually, like, kind of listens to Alicent. And so that's, like, part of the tragedy of, Alicent talking about fleeing and leaving Aemond behind. It's like, if she's not there to tell Aemond not to do war crimes, if she's not there to be his last strand of humanity, still hanging on to empathy, what the hell will Aemond become? It's interesting that Aemond has his eye patch facing Alicent in this shot. Like he's avoiding looking at Alicent. He has a blind spot. But that blind spot was caused by when his eye was cut out. So, I think that the scar and the eye patch is a constant reminder of how Aemond was hurt, and Aemond is wounded, and Aemond is still defined by the hurt that he experienced as a child, and he is still trying to get revenge for it, and he is still feeling insecure about it. And it's like, will that ever end? Will he ever be able to move beyond that feeling? So then Orwell is doing some maester business, making some poultices, no doubt. Orwell does love his poultices. And so Alicent asks Orwell to help her smuggle her way onto Dragonstone. It is quite funny that this is another secret meeting between Alicent and Rhaenyra, which, again, doesn't happen in the books. Alicent doesn't even dress up as a nun. She just goes to Dragonstone in a blue dress. I don't know how Orwell is able to do this. Does the Grand Maester have a lot of connections in the smuggling world? We just had Aemond say, hey, we are going to, like, check every fishing boat. We're going to make sure that no smuggling happens in Blackwater Bay. And then Orwell smuggles Alicent without Aemond's knowledge? I'm a bit puzzled by how this is possible, but, you know, as the showrunners have said, they want to have a scene and a confrontation between the two main characters on either side of this war, and so that's why the conversation happens. And also there is, like, the thread that no one cares about Alicent. Like, one of the ironies is that Alicent is the Queen Mother, the Queen Dowager, and no one is keeping tabs on her, and no one cares about her advice, and so I think it feeds into that as well. Thank you for the donation from Flatbed, who says, I wish they had Helena hold a piece of jewelry made of obsidian, or be near a candle or something to nod to the mechanics of the magic in the books. Yeah, so in the books there are, like, objects that can help people have visions and can help people enter people's dreams. Like, there's the glass candles that let you enter someone's dreams, and so there's theories that Quaithe might have a glass candle. Marwyn has a glass candle. But, so I guess the way that Helena entered Daemon's vision, we haven't seen it happen like that quite before. We have seen Greenseers enter people's visions and give people dreams. Like, we've seen Bloodraven give dreams to Bran and to Jojen. Euron also maybe appears in one of Daenerys' dreams with a, quote, ice-cold phallus, end quote. And so some people think that Euron has a glass candle. Maybe that Euron has a glass candle false eye under his eye patch. There's all sorts of crazy theories. But yeah, I agree. There would have been ways they could have deepened Helena's magic thing, but Targaryens do have crazy prophetic dreams, and the dreams do interconnect in weird ways sometimes. So, you know, it's magic. Thank you for the super chat from Jackson, who says, do you think the writers try to show that doing the good thing will end up hurting more people? Because as we learn, Bloodraven kills a lot of people to get good results. Yeah, so this weirdo in the Vision, Bloodraven, fascinating character, and part of his deal is that Bloodraven does a lot of evil things, including kinslaying, including running a, government based on spying and executions. Like, Bloodraven does evil things, and he justifies it by saying that, well, this is to protect the Targaryens from the Blackfire rebels, and this is to save the world from the White Walkers. Like, he's willing to do bad things for the greater good. But we also can question that because he has, like, personal vendettas against the Blackfires, and he might be manipulated by the old gods. But it's the idea of, like, if you keep doing bad things for the greater good, like, you might end up just becoming a monster and not saving anyone. And I think that connects a bit with Rhaenyra in this episode, because Rhaenyra has this conversation with Mysaria, where Rhaenyra is saying, I don't want to kill thousands of people in war. But Mysaria says, you must. You be strong, you cannot let the realm fall, you must prevail, and the gods have decreed it. So it's interesting because Mysaria was the one who was saying we've got to protect the common people. Mysaria was saying let's save the small folk from the fighting pits, let's save them from exploitation. And yet Mysaria, who is Ms. Let's Save People, she orchestrated a riot among the small folk, which certainly would have gotten people killed. And now she's saying, yeah, look, don't hesitate, fight the war, even if it burns lots of people. It's ironic that Mysaria is going on about protecting people, but she's the one urging Rhaenyra to make sacrifices to win the war. And it reminds me a lot of Varys, because Varys, like Bloodraven, is a character who sort of says that they're acting for the greater good, but they do evil things. Varys, like Mysaria, is also a spy master and also has children spying for him. But Varys in the books, he also cuts the tongues out of his child spies so that they can't betray him. And he also, like, plans to have Viserys invade Westeros and plans to have lots of people killed in this war so that another kid called Young Griff can take over. Like, It's this idea that, if you convince yourself that you're doing things for the greater good, you might actually be causing more atrocities. So yeah, Jackson, I do think that that is something that they're going for in both the books and in this show. Thank you, Mayor McSizzle, who says, do you think Alice invited Helena into Damon's vision? As you say, glass candles are usually required, so how could Helena do it on her own? Maybe Helena and Alice have been chatting on the DL. Yeah, I think that it is possible and interesting that Alice and Helena might be connected or might be working together magically. Like, it is kind of unusual and intriguing because Alice seems to be a green seer of the old gods, whereas Helena is like a Targaryen dragon dreamer, and they seem to be like different kinds of magic. But yeah, I think it's certainly plausible that they could have some kind of magical connection and could be working together. Because like they both are connected to destiny. They are both connected to the future. They could be seeing similar things in different ways. Because there are lots of different dreamers in the books who have different dreams, but about like the same issues and the same future. So I think that is a plausible idea, yeah. So, what are we up to? Oh, yeah, there's also this scene with Kristen, where Gawain Hightower realizes that Kristen has been having sex with his sister, Queen Alicent. And it's funny that, like, Gawain frames this as like a class thing. Like, he frames it as, oh, you are just a steward's son from Dawn and you're having sex with the queen. Like, he's not angry that it's adultery or oath-breaking so much as he's angry that Kristen is lower class and he's having sex with my sister. Gawain was all snooty and arrogant previously as well, right? And there is this bad blood between the Hightowers of the Reach and the Dornish, even though Kristen worked in the Stormlands fighting against the Dornish. Like, Kristen low-key has a really interesting like sort of ethnic and cultural and political background, but in Gawain's eyes he's just like this lower born arsehole, and he's angry that Kristen is having secret, forbidden, adulterous sex with his sister, Alicent. And Kristen has this really sort of subdued, quiet, sort of scary performance where he's like, yeah, I think of nothing else but my oaths. He is haunted constantly by what he has done. He has lived for years with the knowledge that he has broken his Kingsguard oaths by having sex with Rhaenyra and with Alicent, and he therefore could be executed for his crimes at any moment. So death has been hanging above him like the sword of Damocles for years. And so he sort of has nothing to lose, and he's become almost numb to it. But the one thing that gives him guidance is Alicent. Kristen says that Alicent saved his life twice. Once from the headman's axe and once from myself. So we saw in season 1 that Kristen was about to commit suicide because he had sex with Rhaenyra and he murdered Joffrey Lonmouth. But just as he was about to commit suicide, Alicent came and apparently convinced him to live and to serve her. And we have to assume she protected him from any consequences for murdering Joffrey Lonmouth. It's murder is usually frowned upon, especially at a royal wedding. This isn't the Dothraki, guys. You're not meant to murder people at weddings, Kristen. So we have to assume that Alicent protected Kristen from, being executed for that murder. So Kristen acknowledges that. It's nice that we finally have acknowledgement of that, because that was never really explained. Like, the show never really said why exactly Kristen got away with killing Joffrey Lonmouth, so now they're actually kind of acknowledging that, which is nice. But we see how Kristen, Alicent is the one guiding light for Kristen, the beacon that I follow, which is nice because, Alicent is of House Hightower, and the Hightower is a literal beacon, and, Alicent wore that green dress, which was, symbolizing that beacon. So, despite the fact that Alicent is someone who Kristen has been breaking his oath with, she is his beacon and his purpose and his redemption, and it's a lot to put on someone, isn't it? It's kind of a lot to be in a relationship and say, yeah, this person who I'm in a relationship with, they are the entire meaning of my life. They are the only thing that I have. That's kind of a lot to put on one person, isn't it, Kristen? Kristen also says that, desire for women has brought me grief after grief. And I think there's like an important distinction here. It wasn't the desire that destroyed Kristen. It was his actions that destroyed Kristen. Like, the desire was torment, I'm sure, but it was acting on those desires by having forbidden sex and by murdering Joffrey Lonmouth and by murdering Lyman Beesbury. It's those actions that had the consequences. I think that Kristen is in need of a little bit of Harrenhal dream therapy as well, because maybe if Kristen did some therapy, he would understand the difference between feelings and actions. Of course, Kristen was in a desperately perilous, uncomfortable situation when he had sex with Rhaenyra, because Rhaenyra was the princess and who was, pushing sex on him, which was a very difficult and dangerous situation for Kristen. But yeah, I think it's really interesting, this distinction where Kristen sort of blames his desires and Kristen doesn't take responsibility for his actions, And Kristen also says that, oh, well, maybe all men are corrupt. Because Gwaine says, well, the other Kingsguard, they keep their oaths. The other Kingsguard don't have forbidden sex. And Kristen's like, well, but maybe they do, and maybe all men are corrupt. Which is like, hang on there, Kristen. You're assuming that everyone is as corrupt as you? You're assuming that everyone does adultery? I mean, in the books, there are many Kingsguard who do secretly have sex. And, like, the Night's Watch are also sworn to chastity, and yet they have sex in Molestown fairly often. But it's interesting, this reasoning that Kristen does, where he's like, well, it's not that I'm bad, it's that everyone is bad, which is not necessarily the true. But he also says something about, like, maybe everyone's honor and chivalry melts away in the morning, which is the same thing that Alicent said to Kristen earlier. Alicent asked if Kristen's loyalty is just something that disappears in the morning like dew. And Kristen is therefore haunted by Alicent's words, clearly. And Kristen talks about philosophy, lots of philosophy talk in the episode that has Philosophy Tube. And Kristen says that his philosophy is that of knighthood, chivalry, honor, using the sword to punish the evil and to defend the weak. The books do a lot of examination of what it means to be a knight and the limitations and the contradictions in the philosophy of the knight. And Kristen is like existentially shook, because at Rook's Rest he saw that knights are helpless and powerless in the face of dragonfire. So it's like, what is the point of his philosophy? What is the point of his identity as a knight if knights are just cannon fodder in the face of dragonfire? And so he talks about how he almost welcomes annihilation. Death will be a relief. So Gwaine Hightower, Gwaine Hightower is a bit more of a normal person who hasn't gone through the traumatic things that Kristen has. And he's got to walk alongside this, like, Freudian death drive, self-destructive, adulterous Terminator, which is scary stuff. Kristen's a murderer, and he kind of wants to die, and Gwaine has to serve alongside him, and that's very scary. And Kristen is at the, leading this army, which is marching towards Harrenhal. So we don't know exactly where this scene takes place, but it must be somewhere in between King's Landing and Harrenhal. So yeah, I guess on the King's Road along here somewhere. So armies are converging on the Riverlands. The Northmen, we saw them at the Twins, so the Northmen are marching south from the Twins. The Westerlanders, the Lannisters, are marching east from the Golden Tooth here, and the Hightowers are marching up from Old Town. So there are a lot of big armies converging on the Riverlands and on King's Landing, so it could get messy next season. Captain Julia says, did Kristen use Alicent's kerchief to clean his sword after? I couldn't tell. Yeah, so Kristen is, like, sniffing the handkerchief that he got from Alicent, which is, like, the favor, the, like, symbol of her affection that she gave him before they left. And yeah, so he has that cloth in his hands, and he's, like, toying with it in his hands. And then I think he does use it to clean his sword, which is a little bit odd, isn't it? Like, if it's this sort of this sacred thing that represents Alicent's affection, and yet he's using it to, like, wipe grot off his sword. Kind of interesting. It's, like, sullied. It's dirtied. I mean, his honor as a knight and Alicent's honor as a queen is, theoretically besmirched by the sex that they've been having. I mean, remember when Kristen was complaining about Arik's Kingsguard cloak, which was dirty. It was meant to be white and pure, but it got dirtied. So I think they are continuing that symbolism with like purity versus corruption. That's a big part of what Kristen's arc is about. I mean, I think part of the point of Kristen's character is that he's grown up in this world that values him for purity and for honor. And because that honor was besmirched by having sex with Rhaenyra and having sex with Alicent, that has like torn Kristen apart. He's like broken this value, and that makes Kristen want to die, and that makes Kristen want to kill, and we see how destructive that is. And so like one perspective on that is like, well, okay, Kristen shouldn't have broken his vows and he would be fine. Which is like, okay, fine. But another perspective is like, well, maybe we shouldn't have these rules. Like, if these rules saying you must be pure, you must be perfect, in an impure, imperfect world, maybe we shouldn't have to be pure and be perfect. And, like, what counts as purity and what counts as corruption? Like, why is making love bad but murder is good? Like, that's one of the paradoxes, is that knights are encouraged to kill, but they are discouraged from making love. And it's like, well, what arse backwards values are these that we have? So just questioning those ideas of what does it mean to be pure? What does it mean to be corrupt? And should we tear ourselves apart for being human? I think those are some of the questions that are being asked here. So then we get back to Shirako Lohar mud wrestling with Tywin Lannister. So Shirako wants Tywin to prove himself as a worthy ally through a combat in a mud pit. And that's based on something that's in the books. It's actually a different character in the books from later on who has a mud wrestling escapade with a different character for an alliance. And it's a lot of the same stuff of like, this character is eccentric and kooky and lusty and dangerous and asks the Westerosi to have sex with their wives. So yeah, I think Shirako is based partly on that character, Ricalio Rindoon, but is also based on Shirako from the books. Shirako from the books is male and isn't described much at all. It's interesting that Ricalio says that, like, Shirako in this episode says that, like, she was involved in the fight with Corlys and the Velaryons earlier. So, like, she wants revenge against Corlys's fleet is part of what's happening here. She must have been involved in the season 1 battle. So I wonder, like, what exactly is the history between Shirako and Corlys? That's like a rivalry that's being continued. But yeah, Shirako is having an enormous amount of fun wrestling with Tywin. Tywin is having considerably less fun. I mean, that's part of the energy of Tywin since season 1, right? Like, Tywin was like this sort of put upon bureaucrat. Like, Jason, the twin of Tywin, was always like the rich, confident one who doesn't appear to have done a day of work in his life, whereas Tywin was running around. Like, I think Tywin was involved in the Stepstones battle to some extent, maybe, because Tywin says, like, the Crab Feeder's men sabotage our fleet. It sounds like, oh, maybe Tywin's just being a messenger. But, you know, Tywin has been, like, running around, delivering messages, being, like, the browbeaten bureaucrat, while Jason is, like, the privileged douchebag. And now Tywin has unwillingly been sent to bloody Tyrosh to treat with these pirates, and now he's being rolled around in the mud and being forced to sing horny sailor shanties, and he's, this is not what he wanted. All Tywin wanted was a bath. And now he's mud wrestling with the pirate Shirako Lohar. So, yeah, Shirako is thoroughly kooky. Shirako jokes about cannibalism, and Tywin is not entirely sure if she's serious about eating people. There is a lot of cannibalism in the books, actually. Especially like book 5. Probably in the next book there's going to be even more cannibalism. But, yeah, Tywin sort of rises to the challenge. He actually manages to defeat Shirako in the mud wrestling and refuses to eat people. I think it's rather brave of Tywin putting his foot down against cannibalism when Shirako seems to be entirely serious. But yeah, I think part of the point here is that, like, Shirako's this warrior woman who, like, defies gender conventions by fighting and by having wives. And so she's, like, not a traditional gender-conforming person, and that's why some of the Triarchy, like, refer to her with, like, male pronouns and stuff. And that continues Rhaenyra's experience, trying to rebel against gender roles, and Alicent's as well. Because Shirako rules the Triarchy with strength and by sheer dangerous kookiness. And so it appears that that's how she leads. And Tywin manages to convince her to join their side and make an alliance. So then Jace does he does some teenage pouting. Look at that pouting, my goodness. I love him pretending to read while he's staring at the middle distance. So, Jace is very young. He's like 15 or 16 or something in the books, and he feels like he's being replaced, and he's threatened by Ulf and Hugh, and that's very uncomfortable for him. And so he's having a bit of a tantrum, and Rhaenyra is not including him. I think it's really unfortunate that Rhaenyra runs off to Harrenhal with Adam and not with Jace, because I think that makes Jace feel even more excluded. I think that Rhaenyra really should be trying to connect more with her son and heir Jace at this point, especially when Rhaenyra just went against Jace's wishes with the sowing of the seeds, right? Like, that was Jace really made a point of asking Rhaenyra to not put bastards on dragons, and she did it anyway. Even though Rhaenyra could conceivably have tried to find noble people instead, but she put bastards on dragons. So Jace is feeling betrayed, Jace is feeling insecure, and his betrothed Baela Targaryen comes and tries to shake some sense into him. I like, Baela is sort of the one person who can tell Jace he's being an idiot, and Jace kind of listens, so that's nice. And Baela also says, hey, let's be real, lots of people are secretly bastards. Lots of people do not have the father who people say is their father. All sorts of kooky stuff went on historically, and I think that's true in the real world as well. Lots of people are not necessarily the child of who they think they are. And so Baela's trying to just be real and say, hey, Jace, like, you got to stop thinking about this from your emotional perspective, and you've got to assert yourself as a politician, and sulking is not going to help. You got to go out and accomplish things. I feel like this is quite Daemon-like behavior from Jace, sulking, and on Dragonstone as well. There's a lot of Stannis energy in going off and sulking on Dragonstone, because, there's a time-honored tradition of that. Thank you for the donation from Winner17, who says, how does the line of succession work with male twins? For example, the Lannister twins. Does this have a book explanation? Yeah, so that's a good question. Like, if twins have the same age and they were born on the same day, which twin inherits the lordship or the throne? In the books, they talk about how I think it was Cersei who came out of the womb before Jaime, I think, off the top of my head. And I think the assumption is that whichever male came out of the womb first is the one that inherits, which is hilarious and ridiculous, isn't it? Like, why should that matter? But there has to be one heir and one second son, so I would imagine it's literally, whichever twin comes out of the womb first. I don't think that's ever explicated in the books, but I think that is probably what the deal is. Thank you, Jess K, who says, talking about how heirs are not always their lord father's biological sons reminded me of Viserys Plum and how his father conceived him 10 months before his birth. Yeah, there is a Plum character in the books who is said to be the father of certain characters, even though those characters were not born until more than 9 months after Plum's death. And so the joke is that Plum had like a 6-foot-long cock because Plum was in his grave. He was buried 6 feet deep, and yet he apparently conceived a child after his death, So, disputed parenthood is a theme throughout this entire story. Jon Snow being the most obvious example. Jace is basically becoming Jon Snow in this scene. Like, standing around and pouting is classic Jon Snow behavior. This is what Jon Snow does for all of Season 1, and Jace is looking quite a lot like Jon Snow. So the idea of being a bastard and being mad about it and being insecure and wanting to prove yourself, Jace is just like Jon Snow 2.0 in a lot of ways. Thank you for the super chat from Jake, who says, everything about men starting wars, but Alicent caused the downfall of the Targaryens. Did that happen in the books? Well, I think in Hot D, Alicent did not exactly cause this war. I mean, Alicent realized in season 1 that like Otto and the Green Council were going to crown Aegon regardless of what Alicent wanted. So Alicent definitely was complicit in this war. I think Alicent made a huge mistake when Alicent refused to let Helena marry Jace, because that's something that Rhaenyra offered in season 1. If Alicent agreed to do that marriage in season 1, then this war might not have happened. So yeah, I mean, mistakes have been made by most of the characters. Alicent does have some blame for this war for sure. And part of the idea of this show is that, Alicent and Rhaenyra don't want the war, but the forces of politics and the patriarchy and all of these ambitious men are a large part of what's leading to the war. Is that in the books? In the books, both Rhaenyra and Alicent are said to hate each other and want to kill each other, like, from pretty early on. Like, after the death of Luke and the death of baby Jaehaerys, Alicent and Rhaenyra are pretty keen to murder each other and to do the war. I mean, Alicent and Rhaenyra have less of a role at this point in the story. The books are very brief. The books are very sparing in how they describe things, and it is written from like a historical maesterly perspective. So we don't get a whole lot of Alicent and Rhaenyra's perspective, and we also don't know how much of it is true because there's all this like rumor and uncertainty. But, while Rhaenyra was giving birth to the stillborn baby Visenya, she was, like, screaming about curses upon Alicent and the Greens and detailing the tortures that she would do to them. And so I think it's fair to say that in the books, at least it is claimed, that Alicent and Rhaenyra definitely are a lot more angry, a lot more violent, a lot more inclined to do the war. But it is ambiguous and it is complicated. And I will say again that, like, in this season, in Game of Thrones, in House of the Dragon season 2, the amount of material in the book that they've covered is about 20 pages long. It does depend on how you count it, and it depends on your edition of the book, I suppose. But it's a very small number of pages that they have to work with for this part of the story. And so almost all of the conversations, the details, the motivations, the relationships, most of it is not in the books. And so they have to give it that depth and give it that detail. Thank you for the donation from Nuisance, who says, the show's take on deep magic lore feels more fanservice-y than it does monumental or enigmatic. George's approach can feel a bit heavy on the mystery, but he knows what he's doing in being sparse. Yeah, I mean, putting the, like, White Walker's face on the screen is a bit much, in my opinion. Like, I mean, there were a lot of great shots of the army of the dead in Game of Thrones that looked a lot more sort of mysterious, like a sort of abstract force, like a sort of abstract danger. I think some of those shots would have looked good here. The fact that they had to put this, like, hoogity-boogity rubber mask, spooky guy face on screen. Like, I think they are trying to make people go, whoa, White Walkers, I remember them. Which is, fine. But I agree. Like, a little bit more mystery, a little bit more, like, sparseness might have been nice. However, the idea of, like, the Targaryens having crazy dreams, thinking that they are the hero, thinking that they are destined for greatness, is definitely part of the point of the Targaryens in the books as well. So I think the idea that, Daemon comes to believe in these visions, like, that's not something that is said in the books, but I think it is plausible and fitting. So, yeah, I agree that, in general, like, this stuff could have been a little bit more subtle, perhaps. Seeing Daenerys was cool. I like seeing Daenerys because, like, if you watch our video about the tragedy of Summerhall, I think it is likely that many Targaryens, including Aegon V, have had dreams of Daenerys' dragons hatching from their eggs. Brisen says they're going to start filming the Dunk and Egg show soon, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Is season 3 going to be the last season? I don't know how many seasons there will be of House of the Dragon, but there has been talk of 5 seasons. There has been talk of 4 seasons. I don't think season 3 will be the last season, but we'll have to wait and see. So, where were we? What else have we not yet talked about? We've talked about Baelor and Jace. Rhaena has another, 10-second scene where she's cold in the Vale. I think this is how Rhaena is proving herself. Like, there's a lot of questions about, what does it take to claim a dragon? And I think that Hugh claims Vermithor through bravery, And I think Rhaena is demonstrating her determination, her willpower, her bravery, and that might convince the dragon Sheepstealer to accept Rhaena as her rider. So then Thailand sings a horny sea shanty, and I wonder if he might have learned that from Laenor Velaryon, who was canonically a fan of sea shanties. I like Thailand's discomfort. Like, Thailand is out of his comfort zone. He's in this, like, foreign city. He's in another continent. He's really thrown off by Shirako, because Shirako is so eccentric and, like, not what he expected. And he's really being put through it. And it reminds me of how Ulf and Hugh are feeling, and how, like, Adam are feeling, because they also are like a fish out of water. Like, I think this is all about exploring the discomfort of, like, being in a different culture, of being in a different class, of experiencing gender differently. The point of this show is exploring, like, these various forms of power and how they impact the individual. So I think that's part of what Thailand is experiencing, like the struggle to fit in an unfamiliar power system. Shirako says that Thailand is more accomplished than one would think to look at you, which I believe is what's called a neg. But Shirako agrees to sail by Thailand's side because he's shown a willingness to... he's shown strength and a willingness to play along with her games. And so she announces to the gullet on the morrow. So that's the plan, is that the Triarchy's ships will go and attack the Velaryon fleet, which Corlys does not see coming. Like, Corlys in this episode says, maybe we're going to fight Lannisters, maybe we're going to fight Hightowers or Greyjoys. He is not expecting the bloody Triarchy to come back again after having defeated them twice before. So, yeah, he doesn't expect this. And I like this idea of there being some kind of rivalry between Shirako and Corlys, because Shirako was apparently involved in the battles in the previous season that Corlys had off screen. And so Shirako gives this sort of rousing speech, and then Thailand says, yeah, for friendship, which I find amusing. Thailand is not like a warlike guy. He's a bit more meek. And so he's a great counterpoint to Shirako. I mean, it's like Kristen and Gwaine, right? Like, Kristen is this really serious, brutal guy, whereas Gwaine is this sort of arrogant, privileged guy. So he's a good they're good foils to each other, and I think Thailand and Shirako are similar. I wonder if they'll remain together next season. And so then Shirako asks Thailand to have sex with her wives, which is also something that's borrowed from a later bit in the books. So I think Shirako clearly enjoys messing with Thailand. And I also enjoy Thailand's reaction, which is like, how many wives do you have? So Thailand, Thailand is the Lannister, he's the accountant, he's the diplomat, and so right now he's sort of calculating, so feasibly, how many of Shirako's wives can I impregnate tonight? He's really trying to do the math. He's really doing his best to accommodate Shirako's nonsense. And I think that's why Shirako is going along with it. It might be that Shirako was like entirely happy to attack the Velaryons regardless. Like, that might have been something she wanted to do anyway. But she's enjoying stringing Thailand along as well. So Rhaenyra has a very uncomfortable dinner with her new dragon riders, Ulf and Hugh and Adam. And Hugh and Adam are both like kind of uncomfortable but trying to be polite, whereas Ulf is loud and rude, and he keeps on shouting for more of the little birds, which I believe are capons. Ulf is having a lot of fun. I mean, Ulf, like Shirako, brings a lot of just silliness and like levity, humor to the situation, which I think is much needed because this show is very grim and serious a lot of the time. Hugh is having fun. I'm glad that Hugh is having fun. I think Hugh is Ulf. I think Ulf is having a lot of fun and is quite confused why no one else is having a lot of fun. I think Ulf doesn't understand like the gravity and the danger of the situation that they're in. But, as we've seen, Ulf enjoys drinking, he enjoys partying and being silly. This is what he does, and I don't think he even necessarily means to be as rude as he's being. This is just all he knows. So again, like just with Thailand, it's a culture clash. And Rhaenyra says, we've done something amazing. We've never claimed dragons before. This has never been dreamed of before, which makes you wonder again, like, how were dragons claimed for the first time in the first place? Like, the story is that humble Valyrian sheep herders somehow managed to claim dragons and become the first dragon riders. But there's also the other story that maybe there was some evil blood magic committed by the Great Empire of the Dawn and the interspecies hybridization in the flesh pits of Gogossos. There's all these varying stories about that, about how that happened. But yeah, new dragon riders, and Rhaenyra tells the dragon riders to act with honor and respect and fealty. And Rhaenyra says that if they serve her well, she will make them knights. And this is like really important. What exactly are Hugh and Ulf and Adam expecting to get from Rhaenyra? Because Hugh was saying that, well, now, you know, if I become a dragon rider, I'll get money and I'll get status, and you can become a lady, Cat, implying that, you know, Cat will become nobility. Maybe Hugh will become a lord. Whereas Rhaenyra is offering to make them knights. So it's like, okay, this is important. What exact compensation, what exact reward will Hugh and Ulf and Adam get? And let's remember that Ulf and Hugh's dragons are bigger and stronger than Syrax's dragon. So it's kind of like, who's in charge here? Rhaenyra's wearing the crown, but, you know, how much control does she have of these people is a really important question. Maybe she should have had these conversations before giving them dragons. Thanks to the donation from Jess, who says maybe Hugh is reverent to Rhaenyra because Hugh was raised to be well-mannered by his mother, because she was actually raised among the nobility. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Because it is unconfirmed, but it seems likely that Hugh's mother is Princess Sarah Targaryen, a daughter of King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne. And Sarah lived as a princess in King's Landing until she was about 16, and then she ran off to the east, to Lys and to Volantis, where she was like a sex worker, brothel, madam queen, and became quite famous and comfortable there. So yeah, you're right. Like, it does sound as though Hugh was raised by his mother, and so maybe he learned how to act a bit more polite and courteous. I think that makes sense for sure. So, yeah, Hugh's trying to be a bit more polite, Adam's trying to be a bit more polite, whereas Ulf is a bit of a lout. And Rhaenyra warns them about the danger of Vhagar, and Ulf hilariously says, I'll take on Vhagar myself. Silverwing's a goer. We're not afraid. Silverwing is a goer, but my goodness, Ulf does not understand the level of danger that they all are in. And then Rhaenyra says that her plan is that they're going to go attack Old Town and they're going to attack Lannisport and force Aemond to surrender, which, again, I think is a bad plan. Like, I feel like if Rhaenyra and her 7 dragons just attacked Vhagar, if they killed Vhagar, that is the Green's biggest military asset. I think that would end the war if they killed Vhagar. I think going and, like, attacking Old Town and Lannisport is kind of nonsensical because that's going to, like, get a lot of innocent people killed, probably. I mean, I guess she's talking about attacking their armies, but the armies aren't at Old Town and Lannisport. Like, we've seen that the Lannister army is, like, past the Golden Tooth, and the Hightower army from Old Town is approaching the Trident. So, like, it doesn't seem all that sensible to me to attack Old Town and Lannisport, but that's what Rhaenyra is saying. I guess she's just really reluctant to risk her family. Like, she's really saying that she would rather burn some people in enemy territory rather than risk her children, you know, like her family, like Jace and Baelor. She doesn't want to risk their lives in battle against Vhagar, so she's hoping to force the Greens to surrender instead. So yeah, you can look at the dragon chart here. Rhaenyra's dragon Syrax, Daemon's dragon Caraxes, Jace on Vermax, Baelor on Moondancer, Hugh on Vermithor, Ulf on Silverwing, Adam on Seasmoke, while Aemond only has Vhagar, and now the little dragon Tessarion, flown by Daeron. Sunfire, Aegon's dragon, is apparently dead, and Helena's dragon Dreamfire we've never seen ridden. So Rhaenyra has a huge advantage. And yeah, we can do a brief political map look as well. So these are the Great Lords. Cregan in the north supports Rhaenyra. Jane in the Vale supports Rhaenyra. Although, in the montage, we don't see any Vale warriors, which is interesting. Jane promised an army to Rhaenyra in return for a dragon, and as far as we've seen, the Veilmen still aren't coming, which is a little bit of a worry. I'm a little bit puzzled by that. Dalton Greyjoy rules the Iron Islands, and he has not been responding to anyone's requests for an alliance, so we don't know what Dalton is up to. Lord Oscar Tully rules the Riverlands, and so in the Riverlands there's also like House Frey, House Blackwood, House Bracken, House Piper, House Mallister, House Darry, House Mooton, and it appears in this episode that all of those river lords are siding with Daemon and Rhaenyra. So in the Crown Lands, Aegon is in King's Landing, or was in King's Landing. Rhaenyra is on Dragonstone. The Velaryons are one of the most powerful houses in the area. And then you've also got the Barremans and the Celtigars and the Massies and all of them, many of whom have been knocked around at Rook's Rest and by Aemon's new atrocity. In the Westerlands, Jason is marching the Westerlands army into the Riverlands. In the Reach, there is a rebellion by House Beesbury, and so the Greens are hoping that Daeron and his dragon Tessarion will defeat that rebellion and hopefully get the Tyrells and the other Reach houses to join the Hightower army, led by Lord Ormond Hightower, who we haven't seen yet, and they'll come and join the war in the Riverlands or in King's Landing. Boros Baratheon, who rules the Stormlands, is siding with Aegon and the Greens, but we haven't heard from him lately. We don't know what's going on in the Stormlands. Are they gathering an army? It's kind of important because the Stormlands is like right next to King's Landing, so they probably want to send Boros a raven and ask what's up. And yeah, the Dornish have not taken a side. I mean, the Dornish did ally with the Triarchy against the Westerosi last season off screen. And also, the Dornish are not actually part of the realm currently. They've never submitted to the Iron Throne, so no one's really expecting them to be a great help. And yeah, meanwhile, the Triarchy is now coming over from the east under Shirako Lohar with Thailand. So all of these armies are converging on the heart of Westeros, and there are great lords on both sides. What really swings the balance is that Rhaenyra has way more dragons, and so I think Corlys is right that they've got to take action ASAP. So yeah, there's your houses check, Lawrence. So what else? Ulf is being a bit of a dunce. Gerardus comes and does his classic leaning in line delivery and says that, hey, Simon Strong saw Daemon talking to Alfred Broom, and Simon suspects that Daemon might be plotting treason, so Simon is saying, hey, Rhaenyra, you might want to deal with Daemon and Alfred Broom. And so Rhaenyra decides to go to Harrenhal with Adam. And again, I think it's really unfortunate that Rhaenyra brings Adam but doesn't bring Jace. Because Jace is really insecure about his position. Jace wants to assert his power and his legitimacy. And so I think it's really like a bad look to bring Adam but not to bring Jace. Especially when Adam, we don't even see Adam come into Harrenhal. Like Adam seems to just like stay with the dragons, keep the engine running while Rhaenyra goes in. So, like, what was even the point of bringing Adam? I mean, there's also an argument that maybe Rhaenyra should have brought all of her dragons and dragon riders to Harrenhal, because if the dragons are all together, they basically can't be defeated by anyone. But if the dragons are separate, they could be destroyed by Vhagar. Like, I reckon Rhaenyra and Syrax and Adam and Seasmoke, they are in danger from Vhagar. Like, Vhagar might be big enough to kill multiple dragons at once. Whereas 7 dragons at once, probably not, right? Like, it seems like, I don't know, well, Rhaenyra's making herself vulnerable by going off with just her and Seasmoke, in my opinion. But, yeah, it's an awkward dinner. So, like Thailand and Shirako, like Alan and Adam, I think this is exploring a culture clash. There's, like, a class difference, there's a power difference, and that's making it difficult for all these people. It's like, what's holding them together? It turns out, that's one of the things that holds people together is having like a shared experience and a shared culture and a shared values. And the fact that Rhaenyra is bringing in Ulf and Adam and Hugh from outside, they don't speak the same language. They don't have the same vibe. And so now Rhaenyra is a bit worried about Ulf and her other dragon riders who are, riding nukes around the realm. So what happens next? So yeah, Damon wakes up to find Alice on his bed. And I think we've already spoken about this bit a lot. We do see a green man, this strange antlered figure, which is like low-key one of the most like supernatural kooky things we've ever seen on the TV show. These guys are mysterious entities in the books, connected to the magic of the old gods. They date back thousands of years to the Pact, and George Martin, the author, has said that the Green Men and the Isle of Faces will become more relevant in the later books. So people have theories about, like, maybe Bran will meet with the Green Men, since Bran is so connected to the magic of the old gods in the books. And maybe the Green Men will be, like, the protectors of Bran if he becomes king. Like, some people theorize that Bran might become king on the Isle of Faces instead of in King's Landing like he does in the show. Maybe Bran will become more of a weirwood old gods king, and there might be something more sinister about Bran, and the Green Men might be part of that. Because the old gods, you know, they're like hippie nature gods and whatever, but in the books they're also like kind of evil because they take blood sacrifice and they swallow up Bloodraven and they maybe kill Jojen, and George Martin has written lots of other stories about alien hive minds that swallow and subsume humanity, and so there's this very sinister aspect to the old gods. So I've always got a question, like, are these visions and powers legit, or are they manipulations? And there's a long, long history of Targaryens especially having kooky visions, thinking that they know what their destiny is, but committing atrocities and doing big oopsies as a result. And yeah, I also really love Alice weeping, you know, crying about the things that she's experienced in the past, but also crying for the things that she's seen in the future. I also love when Alice says, "This world will not be governed." Because this is a story about power. This is a story about people trying to control the world. This is about people trying to become king. But as it turns out, power is illusory. I mean, Viserys was the king, and he couldn't even control his teenage daughter. He couldn't even control his own family. So what does it mean to be king? What does it mean to have power if the most powerful people can't control their own lives at all? And so, you know, in a story about power, I think Alice is showing us the limits of power. We might want to believe we can control our own destiny, but at the end of the day, we are all just individuals in a world much bigger and older than ourselves. And so, you know, she's talking about magic power, she's talking about magic trees and comets and dragons, but she's also just talking about the reality that all of us are individuals in a much larger world, questioning the very notion of free will. And Harrenhal is a testament to that, right? I mean, Harrenhal was built by Harrenhal, who believed that he was the greatest king ever and he would live forever, but like Ozymandias, his great monument is destroyed. Harrenhal was burned, and as it turns out, power does not last forever. Legacy does not last forever. To strive for power is a folly. That's what Harren represents, and that is so, so relevant to Daemon. Because Daemon is someone who bangs on about Valyrian legacy and power and strength. But, you know, Daemon really has his selfishness and his narcissism questioned, and he really finds some humility. And I think Harrenhal is symbolically the perfect place to do it, because Harrenhal represents the limits and the folly of power. And none of that stuff is in the books. Like, the books don't say that, you know, Daemon in Harrenhal had visions that questioned his whole identity. The books say that Daemon was in Harrenhal and nothing particularly weird happened, and Alice didn't seem to affect him very much. Like, the books actually say that. The books actually say that Alice didn't seem to affect Daemon much. But of course, you know, the books are written by maesters who weren't even there, and there's this whole historical inaccuracy, and I think that the show has done something quite interesting with Daemon. Very, very thematic. And so, yeah, we talked about Daemon's visions. He sees this kooky guy, Bloodraven. We've got a good video about Bloodraven. He sees the White Walkers, he sees dead dragons in battle, he sees the red comet from season 2, he sees Daenerys hatching her dragon eggs, Rhaenyra on the throne, and then Helena walks in and breaks the fourth wall. The Daemon in water thing, again, like, it's really interesting that they tell us this episode. Helena says that Aemond will be swallowed up by the God's Eye, which is the lake around the Isle of Faces, and we also see Daemon falling into water, which might be the God's Eye. So the idea of these Targaryen dragon riders being swallowed up by the God's Eye, which is this sacred place to the old gods, the tree gods, the indigenous tree gods swallowing the Targaryen invaders, the water swallowing the fire. We've had so much fire and water symbolism in this season. Alicent with her baths on the lake, Rhaenyra and Daemon with their dragon fire. It is all wonderfully symbolic. This is a song of ice and fire, and so I like them leaning into some of that. And so Alice kind of warns Daemon that he might not want to know his future. Remember in Game of Thrones Season 5 when the witch Maggie the Frog tells young Cersei that, everyone wants to know their future until they know what their future is. It's maybe a bad idea to know what your destiny is. It's not always a good thing to know that. There is something inherently dangerous about prophecy and knowing the future. Thanks for the donation from Mother Nix, who says, I felt frustrated about the cuts and the pacing this season. Would love to see a fan edit. Yeah, I agree there are an awful lot of very short scenes. I mean, we've said before that this season, most of the episodes feature most of the characters. So most episodes feature a very small amount of time with a bunch of different characters when, a different way that they might have structured it would be spending a bit more time with each character and not including every single character. Having each episode focused more on a plotline or a theme instead of jumping around might have been a way to do it. So yeah, I also did feel a bit frustrated, especially with Rhaena. The number of tiny little 1-minute scenes is kind of wacky. Thanks for the super chat from Abyssal Zones, who says, I don't get Rhaenyra's plan. Kill Vhagar and the war ends. Why is she not going after Vhagar? I agree. Just David says, have we discussed where Otto is? Yeah, so towards the end of the episode, we see Otto Hightower imprisoned. He appears to be in a cell or a cage. What is going on with Otto Hightower? So Otto Hightower is the father of Alicent, and Otto is one of the architects of this whole war and Aegon being crowned. And the short answer is we don't know where he is. Previously, Aegon removed Otto as Hand of the King, and Otto said, I'm going to go home to Old Town. And Alicent said, no, you should go to Highgarden instead, because Highgarden is ruled by the Tyrells, and we need the support of the Tyrells. So the assumption is that Otto is somewhere in the Reach, because here's King's Landing. So presumably Otto traveled towards Highgarden. Maybe he kept going and he went to Old Town. We don't know. But we do know that the Reach is at war, and we do know that the Beesburies are rebelling against the Hightowers. So I guess one theory might be that the Beesburies might have kidnapped Otto. Maybe they're cross about the murder of Lyman Beesbury. It was also mentioned that the Beesburies have allies. It sounds like it's not just the Beesburies, but multiple Reach houses are rebelling against the Hightowers. And of course, the Tyrells are the ones who are meant to be in charge of the Reach, not the Hightowers. And as far as we know, the Tyrells haven't definitively taken a side in this war. So the Reach is up for grabs. The Reach is in chaos, and I think there's a lot of people who might want to grab Otto Hightower. So presumably one of them have Otto. So we'll see how that goes. This is a change from the books. Otto going missing in the Reach. So we'll see what happens there. Thanks for the donation from Just David, who complains about it being a cliffhanger. Yeah, it wasn't a very climactic finale, was it? It definitely feels more like a setup for next season. I always saw season 1 as a setup for the rest of the story, and I was expecting more climax action resolution this season. I was surprised that it was relatively slow paced and introspective. It was more slow paced than season 1. Season 1 had all those time skips. It was really rushing to give us as much context as possible. Whereas this feels like a real meditative season, a real introspective season where there are a couple of battles and things. But mostly it's really just sort of contemplating the themes and preparing for future conflicts and trying to avoid conflict. Rhaenyra and Alicent are desperately trying to avoid conflict, trying to delay conflict. Which, can be frustrating as a viewer. I hope that the next season is more explosive because, there's plenty more to come. There's a lot of stuff to happen. So I guess we hope that it'll feel really earned and really consequential as a result of this build-up. But yeah, I do share your frustration with the slow pace. Thank you, Banterus, who says, do you think Hugh will turn on Rhaenyra when he finds out that her blockade effectively starved him and his family, leading to his daughter's death? I think that's a fantastic point, Banterus Lemon. Because, yeah, Hugh was trying desperately to provide for his family, his wife Kat and his daughter. And in the end, his daughter died. And we don't know exactly what killed his daughter. She was sick and she was hungry. If Rhaenyra had not ordered Corlys to blockade the gullet and prevent the food getting into King's Landing, then maybe Hugh's daughter would still be alive. At the very least, Hugh wouldn't have suffered so much. So yeah, do you think there's going to be a point where maybe next season, like Hugh is chatting to the Velaryons, his new allies, and the Velaryons are like, maybe they're going to ask Hugh to support the blockade. Like, remember last season, Rhaenys on her dragon Meleys helps Corlys hold the blockade and prevent the food getting into King's Landing. What if they ask Hugh, oh, Hugh, now that you're on our side, fly your dragon and help us maintain the blockade? And Hugh's like, hang on, the blockade that was starving my family, that killed my daughter, like, that was you guys? What? That might be an interesting thing to do. Because, I mean, remember, Hugh at the start of this season was talking to King Aegon. He had faith in the Greens because Aegon promised Hugh, yeah, we're going to pay you to build those scorpions. The scorpions which might now be fired at these new dragon riders. Like, the scorpions are those bolt throwers that can kill dragons. Wouldn't it be ironic if Hugh's dragon Vermithor was killed by one of the scorpions that Hugh built? Hugh has switched sides, and it'll be really interesting to explore consequences of that, So, yeah, I agree. Thank you, Nuisance, who says, I don't like that Gwaine just finds out about Criston and Alicent's sex. The scene was fine. I liked Criston reflecting on how his penis has ruined his life, but the fact that it came out of nowhere is reflective of pacing and plot issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how Gwaine found out about Criston and Alicent having sex. Like, I think that Gwaine might have suspected it from, like, seeing Alicent and Criston interacting, and maybe the fact that Criston was, like, huffing Alicent's handkerchief that she gave him, maybe that was the giveaway. But I think it's odd how he suddenly just knows, and we don't know how he knows, and he's just pointing a sword all of a sudden. It does feel as though there may have been an extra scene somewhere that we didn't get to see, that was cut or something. I agree that there has been some weird structure this scene for sure. Alright, so we talked about the awkward dinner, we talked about the kooky visions, we talked about Aemond and Helena. Alright, so let's talk about Rhaenyra coming to Harrenhal. The massive army of the Riverlords has been gathered, and the question is, what are they going to do? What is Daemon going to do with this army? We see the dragon Caraxes, Daemon's dragon, the noodle-necked Caraxes, spaghetti dragon, sausage dragon, cries out to Syrax. And so I think it's interesting that, a bit like Seasmoke and Syrax, when Rhaenyra and Adam met, even if there's, like, strife between Rhaenyra and Daemon, their dragons know each other, and it feels like their dragons have their own relationship. So even if Daemon and Rhaenyra are cross with each other, maybe Caraxes and Syrax are still friendly, and maybe that influences the humans, because there is some kind of a psychic bond between them. And yeah, I do think it's funny that Adam apparently just stays with the dragons and doesn't come into Harrenhal. That's a little silly. It's interesting that, like, Rhaenyra dismounts Syrax and she enters Harrenhal alone. And, like, one of the dynamics of dragon riding is that having a dragon makes you really dangerous and really powerful. But when a dragon rider flies around, they don't have guards with them. They don't have supporters. They are alone, apart from their dragon. And dragons are very powerful, but they are a pretty imprecise weapon, right? Dragons are not very good for defense. A dragon can't really protect Rhaenyra when she goes inside the castle, right? So that's one of the dynamics, is that it kind of makes you vulnerable to fly a dragon someplace, sometimes. So, yeah, Rhaenyra heads in, and when she enters Harrenhal, her dragon Syrax lands on the opposite side of Harrenhal to sort of threaten the army, which is similar to what she does on Dragonstone when she faces Otto and when she faces Daemon. This is one of the classic Rhaenyra moves, is to walk in and to have a dragon Syrax land on the opposite side to make people feel surrounded. So she's quite good at intimidating people. And yeah, Daemon like walks among the Rivermen, the army that he has assembled, all the River Lords of House Tully, Bracken, Blackwood, Piper, Darry, Mooton, Mallister, etc. The Freys should probably also be here, but the Freys are kind of far off in the north. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. But yeah, again, this reminds me of Daemon with his gold cloaks in season 1. He does have a knack for making men love him and respect him. If only Daemon was that good at making his family love and respect him. Because Rhaenyra is very suspicious and worried that Daemon might rebel against her. But little does she know that Daemon has had a ayahuasca trip and believes in magic now and says winter is coming. And yeah, we've already talked about this a bit. Like, it's definitely something that the books explore, that Targaryens often have these visions, they have these vague ideas of destiny, and they're pretty sure it means that they are the main character and that they will save the world. And often this leads to disaster. So Daemon has become a bit more humble, he's become a bit more mature, he's trying to take responsibility, he's realizing that he doesn't want to be the king after all, because it destroyed Viserys, because it has damaged their family. And especially after his vision, he is convinced that Rhaenyra should be the ruler. And we'll see how that turns out. I like Simon Strong's face throughout this episode. Simon reacts to things. I think Simon is kind of a stand-in for the viewer. Like, look at Simon, he goes, "Oh, this was a surprising development. Oh, look at this." He's a very fun performance by Simon Beale. But yeah, Rhaenyra sort of accepts Daemon, but also is still clearly suspicious and untrusting of Daemon because he has been erratic and dangerous and unreliable for her entire life. So we also talked about this scene with the Corlys and Alan. Alan is angry that Corlys neglected him all his life and is only now trying to be part of his life after years of ignoring him and looking after his true-born children, Laena and Laenor, instead. And I wonder how that will develop. We talked about how Mysaria is like pretty keen to sacrifice people's lives for the good of the people, which is a little bit ironic and paradoxical. Mysaria seems to really believe in Rhaenyra. I'm a bit worried that Mysaria is egging Rhaenyra on to what could be future atrocities. I mean, didn't Mysaria see dozens of innocent people burn in the Sowing of the Seeds last episode? Is Mysaria not bothered by that? Mysaria seems to be swept up in Rhaenyra's messianic journey. Maybe making out with Rhaenyra had something to do with that. And then we have this meeting with Rhaenyra and Alicent. So Orwyle helped to smuggle Alicent onto Dragonstone. I'm not sure how Grand Maester Orwyle has the connections to arrange the Queen to be secretly smuggled while Aemond is checking all of the boats in and out of King's Landing. But that's what they do. And it's a heart-to-heart. It's a climactic heart-to-heart between these two. And Alicent talks about how when she was younger, all she had was her father's expectations and the expectations of the realm, how a lady must behave. She was obligated to marry Viserys, she was obligated to bear children, she was obligated to support her children as heir. And it sucked, and she sort of had that realization at the end of last season that she had always just been what Otto told her to be, and she never knew how to be an individual. So that's what this show is all about, is the way that power structures affect us as people, and Alicent is now trying to escape from that and is trying to be free, while ironically Rhaenyra is trying to be dutiful and to be the queen, which is a total role reversal of what was happening last season. Alicent says that she has taken a lover, she's been having sex, which is funny and ironic because previously it was Rhaenyra who had secret lovers and Alicent who was all righteous. Alicent says that she has a lover, but Alicent does not mention that the lover is Criston, the man who took Rhaenyra's virginity. Probably something that Alicent doesn't want Rhaenyra to know. Criston Cole, my goodness, he's caused a lot of trouble, hasn't he? My God, I love the drama of it. Everyone having sex with Criston. I mean, in the same way that Rhaenyra and Mysaria are both Daemon's lovers at various times, and Alicent and Rhaenyra have both had sex with Criston. It's deliciously messy and dangerous. And Alicent talks about how she feels that she clung on to honor and duty and following the rules, partly because Rhaenyra defied those rules. Like, I think it's a very real dynamic for a lot of like real siblings, where sometimes siblings and kids who grow up together, they define each other in opposition. It's like, well, my sibling is like that, so I'm going to be different. I'm going to be like this. And there was always, there was a lot of love between young Rhaenyra and young Alicent, but there was also jealousy. Alicent was jealous that Rhaenyra got to do what she wanted, and maybe Rhaenyra was a bit jealous of Alicent, because Alicent seemed to know what her place was in a way that Rhaenyra didn't. So it's a reflection on that really complicated relationship that they had, which is a bit different to the books. Like, in the books, Alicent is older than Rhaenyra. The show made a change by making Alicent and Rhaenyra the same age and giving them like this childhood friendship, which I think is an interesting change because it gives them like a deeper relationship, to then complicate that in the conflict later on. But yeah, they've had a role reversal, and Rhaenyra is pretty sassy to Alicent. She's pretty defiant to Alicent. I mean, it's quite similar to the conversation in season 2, episode 3, when they meet in the Sept. And at that point, it was Alicent who had the upper ground, and it was Alicent who was being like sassy and defiant and saying, no, like, I'm not going to surrender to you because I'm in power right now. So it's another role reversal in that respect as well. But ultimately, Alicent says, like, hey, let's end this war. I will order King's Landing to surrender to you. Once Aemond is in the Riverlands, you can come into King's Landing with your dragons. I will order everyone to lay down their swords, and we can bloodlessly hand over King's Landing, which seems like a good way to avoid bloodshed. I feel like if Rhaenyra did just land on the Red Keep with her 7 dragons, I'm pretty sure King's Landing would surrender pretty quickly. But I guess they do have all those scorpion bolts and stuff, don't they? So it probably is a helpful thing to have Alicent's cooperation in getting King's Landing to surrender. But I mean, again, like, the main thing is Vhagar, I feel. Like, if they just killed Vhagar, then the war would be over, is my feeling. But yeah, this is a helpful thing, Alicent trying to end the war. And Rhaenyra is still angry and still defiant. I mean, Rhaenyra's son Luke was killed by Alicent's son Aemond. Eric died in front of her. Rhaenys was killed. There's been so much horror, and so it's not easy for them to let go of their anger and their resentment, and that all ties back to their childhood resentment of each other as well. And Alicent thinks that she can try and keep Aegon alive, but Rhaenyra insists that Aegon must die. Rhaenyra is not going to be safe as a ruler while her rival Aegon is still alive, and so Alicent reluctantly agrees that, like, yeah, Aegon is going to have to die, isn't he? So as a mother, it's the most painful thing. Even though Aegon is a monster, and Aegon is a bad person and a bad king, it is painful for Alicent to have to let him go. And we know that Alicent feels guilt about the person Aegon is. Aegon, she has speculated in previous episodes that maybe it was her parenting that led to Aegon being such a monster. Alicent did hit Aegon rather a lot and shouted Aegon rather a lot and enabled some of his bullying. But it's painful for Alicent to agree to the idea of her goddamn son being killed. And also letting go of the idea of political influence. I mean, for seasons, Alicent was like, it's all going to be worth it because I will have political influence through Aegon, through Aemond, and that will allow me to make the realm peaceful and to make the right things happen. And so Alicent is also letting go of that. She's letting go of being a queen, and that was what motivated her for this entire season, was doing the job of being the queen. And she's sort of admitting that, yeah, it was for nothing. My whole life up till now was misguided and has achieved nothing, and now I'm going to leave. So it's a monumental shift for Alicent. And Rhaenyra says, a son for a son. You must sacrifice Aegon. Aegon must die, a son for a son, which I think is really important to say, a son for a son, because it does remind us of Rhaenyra's pain for her son Luke, and, the murder of Jaehaerys and all of that. Which, I feel like they could have talked more about Luke and talked more about little Jaehaerys and talked more about Rhaenys. It's important to acknowledge some of those deaths and murders and all the bad blood. But Rhaenyra and Alicent are trying to move past that, trying to end this war. And Alicent is trying to leave while Rhaenyra is trying to stay. Rhaenyra says that she will be remembered as a villain, as a cold, manipulative queen, and Alicent accepts that and says, "Yeah, she will leave the narrative. She will be unremembered." Reminds me of that Hamilton song, taking herself out of the narrative, leaving the public narrative, and those are all ideas that are played with in the books. Historical memory, being misremembered by history, being demonized by history, and Alicent accepts that. She just wants to get out of here. Alicent says that she wants to be free. She says, "I am at last myself." And I think it's that idea that, this show is about how individuals are shaped by political contexts. They're shaped by duty. They're shaped by gender. They're shaped by class. They're shaped by politics. And to escape those is appealing. Wanting to be an individual, wanting to be free by those things that shape us. But, there's also the idea that we are constructed by those things. We are made up of those social forces that work upon us, of class and gender and duty and identity. So it's what does it mean to just run off into the woods and be an individual? What are you if you're just running around Essos in the woods with Helena? What is Alicent's future now? I think it's a really interesting open question. And again, I think it's so elegant the way that Rhaenyra and Alicent change places. And we talked about those final shots of the episode where Rhaenyra is beneath the legacy and the weight, like the bookshelf above her visually, while Alicent has the bright open sky wide above her. And these two queens have traded places like a dance, like a game of chess, which is wonderful symbolically, I think. So yeah, I think that both Rhaenyra and Alicent, they started out as decent people. I mean, they started out as innocent children is how they started out, but in the political circumstances, they got chewed up, they got spat out, they got spun around. They both were subject to the trauma and the pressures of their parents. They both had their own desires. They both made catastrophic mistakes. Rhaenyra had bastard, dark-haired heirs, and she had all those dragon seeds burned, and Alicent refused to marry Jace to Helena, and she burned down Mazaria's house, and she misunderstood Viserys' last words, and she helped to crown the evil King Aegon, and she tried to cut out Luke's eye with a knife. They've both done awful things, and they are trying to fix them and trying to escape from them, but it's they can't escape the context of the things that have come before. And that's the same as their parents. Viserys could not escape what happened before him, and Otto could not escape his influence from Ormond and his family. It goes back and back and back to our fathers and their fathers. So I think it's great, thematic meditation on the meaning of the story, this scene. I think that it's thoughtful and it's nicely done, even if it doesn't have any explosions in it. So yeah, then the episode ends with a montage, and so we get to see the various armies, the Hightowers marching. We see the Dragon Seeds getting their armor on. These guys used to be humble bastards, and now they are some of the most powerful soldiers and dragon riders in this world. Ulf is looking very pleased with himself. He has never had Riz this sharp before. So yeah, these are the Hightowers marching with the dragon Tessarion, the Blue Queen, flown by Daeron Targaryen, the third son of Viserys and Alicent, who we haven't seen yet. Should we have a brief glance at the family tree? Why don't we have a brief glance at the family tree? There's Daeron. Daeron is the rider of this dragon Tessarion. And who else is important? We had a bit of a mention of Jaehaera Targaryen. Alicent would like to run east with her daughter Helena and with Helena's daughter Jaehaera, leaving Aegon and Aemond behind to suffer the consequences of their war. Joffrey Velaryon is in the Vale. Aegon and Viserys are heading east to go to Pentos to stay with Reggio Horatus. And Baelor is on Dragonstone. Rhaena finds the dragon Sheep Stealer. Adam and Alan are the bastards of Corlys. I think that's everyone accounted for. And we see the twins, where Jace arranged for the Northmen to cross the crossing. Jason still has these lions in cages in his army. What the hell is Jason planning with those lions? We see the Lannister army appears to see King's Land. Oh no, I guess that's Harrenhal in the distance. So they've reached the Riverlands. This is the Trident River. That might be the Red Fork or the Green Fork. So they are here to fight the Blacks. Daemon said that his plan is to go east to King's Landing before the Lannisters arrive. So maybe they won't clash here. But although the Northmen are coming down from the Twins, so we shall see what happens. Daemon looks after the vast Riverlord army. We see Admiral Shirako with Tywin Lannister with the Triarchy fleet. Interesting to see some heraldry with the Triarchy. We haven't seen the Triarchy having heraldry in the books before. It looks like a skull and a boat and a fist or something. I'm curious what that heraldry is about. And Corlys and Alan. Alan is wearing some sick armor, mirroring Corlys's armor. Corlys's armor is a bit more flashy, though. So I wonder what their relationship will be like now that they've aired their grievances. Rhaena finds this dragon, which is probably the dragon Sheepstealer. Will Rhaena claim Sheepstealer? We don't know, but I mean, surely Rhaena will claim Sheepstealer, or else what was Rhaena's entire arc in the Vale for, right? So we can presume that Rhaena will claim this dragon. And that, I mean, if Rhaena continues to be on Rhaenyra's side, that would make Rhaenyra's dragon advantage even greater, right? Like, Rhaenyra has 7 dragon riders. If Rhaena on Sheepstealer also joins her, they will have 8 dragons to the Greens, 2.5. So Rhaenyra has a potentially overwhelming advantage over the Greens. I think this season overall is most certainly a victory for Rhaenyra so far. And yeah, Alicent's father Otto is captive, and we don't know where he is. Probably in the Reach somewhere. Maybe the Beesbury's have him, but anything is possible. And Aegon and Larys are fleeing east to go to Braavos to just have a pint in the Winchester and wait for it all to blow over, which I find hilarious. Aegon is contemplating what his life is now. Maybe they should just keep going east, Go to Mosavie. Get the hell out of Dodge. But Larys has ambitions, I think, so we will see how this progresses. It's also funny, how did Aegon and Larys get out of King's Landing without Aemond noticing? I mean, I guess, we were questioning before, was Larys incompetent when he just, allowed the Blacks to gather up dragon seeds and smuggle dozens of civilians out of King's Landing during the war? I think now we can say that it seems as though Larys just was not trying to support Aemond. Larys was always planning to just leave King's Landing with Aegon, so I guess that's why Larys has been so useless as a Master of Whisperers. He's just been ignoring helping the Greens, and he instead has been planning to escape with Aegon, so now we see the fruition of that plan. And yeah, these wonderful final shots, contrasting Rhaenyra with her duty and Alicent with freedom, and their, respective ways of dealing with the systems in which they are trapped. Okay, so I think there's a bit more that I haven't addressed yet, unbelievably, so we will run through some extra stuff I'd like to say. Then I will answer as many of your donations and super chats as I can. I probably won't be able to answer all of them, so I'm sorry if I don't answer your question, but I'll try and answer as many as I can. And so, yeah, after that we will wrap up the stream, and of course we will make the House of the Dragon Season 2 Episode 8 explained video, the scripted, edited video. And then we'll probably take a long break, but we'll talk a little bit more about future plans towards the end as well. So, we talked about... Oh, yeah, there is a new detail in the opening sequence. So, after the Battle of Rook's Rest, we see... I guess these are meant to be some of Rhaenyra's new dragon riders. I don't think the colors of the individual dragons necessarily correspond with specific dragons, because there's 3 white dragons. I guess one of them might be Silverwing. One of them might be Moondancer. I don't know what the other white dragon is meant to be. The golden one could be Syrax, or maybe Bronze Vermithor. I don't know if the colors necessarily correspond neatly, but the point is that she's got all these new dragons. And then there's this like dark structure, which I suppose is Dragonstone. The shape there looks like the castle on Dragonstone. But yeah, the black color I think is a bit ominous. I mean, the black color I suppose indicates that Rhaenyra's side, called the Blacks, are dominating the Greens currently. So I guess that's part of the black thing. But previously, the black color has indicated dragon blood, I think, after the Battle of Rook's Rest. And that's a bit ominous. So, yeah, interesting way to end the tapestry sequence with this wave of black approaching the Iron Throne. Who shall take the throne? So, yeah, we talked about the Triarchy, the pirates on Tyrosh, and how they love to dye their beards blue, and how Dario in the books has a blue beard as well because he's Tyroshi. We talk about Tyland's negotiations with the Triarchy, Otto's idea in the book. We talk about Shirako Loha, who is an eccentric admiral warrior woman played by Abigail Thorne. So it's funny that they mention philosophy because Abigail has a channel called Philosophy Tube. And Shirako, I think, plays with gender roles in a similar way that, Rhaenyra rebels against gender roles. And we talked about the burning of Sharp Point by Aemond and Vhagar, which in the books, Sharp Point is ruled by House Bar Emmon, although inside the episode, Ryan says House Massey, and I don't know if that's a mistake or a change to the book lore. But yeah, that's a pretty horrific atrocity. I mean, it's not a competition, but I suppose that's probably the worst atrocity in the series so far, because they talk about thousands of civilians being killed in this town. I mean, Rhaenyra having those dragon seeds burned was pretty bad. Rhaenys and Maelys killing those civilians in the dragon pit was pretty bad, even though they haven't really acknowledged that. Yeah, war crimes are not a competition, but Aemon's attack on Sharp Point is pretty horrific. So we talked about Aegon questioning what the purpose of his life is now. Aegon the Dragon Cock no longer has a dragon or a cock, so what is his life now? And Larys convinces him to leave and go to Braavos and to eventually return and to try and be a good king. And Aegon asks what was the point in all of this, which, I think that is certainly one of the themes of the story, that this whole war has been a self-destructive own goal. It's an embarrassing self-destructive atrocity by the Targaryens upon the Targaryens. And we talked about how Dragonstone has this really interesting culture clash between, Ulf and Hugh, who are these common bastards who don't quite know how to behave among these noble dragon-riding Targaryens. So I like how they're exploring class as well as gender and politics and all the different power structures that are chewing up these individual people. And Jace is in such a deeply insecure position politically and personally, and Rhaenyra is the cause of that. We talked about how Dreamfire is Helena's dragon, and Dreamfire is powerful. We haven't seen Helena with Dreamfire yet, but hopefully we will. And Corlys urges Rhaenyra to strike while she has the advantage, though Rhaenyra doesn't want to kill civilians, although Rhaenyra does say this episode that they're going to attack Lannisport and Old Town. Lannisport is a city of the Lannisters, and Old Town is a city of the Hightowers. So I hope Rhaenyra doesn't kill a lot of innocent civilians at the start of next season. I sure hope she doesn't do that. And Corlys renames his boat the Sea Snake and names it the Queen Who Never Was, after his dead wife Rhaenys, which is a beautiful tribute to Rhaenys, but it's also kind of ironic because Rhaenys hated that Corlys kept running off on voyages and wars. We talked about how Alfred Broom tried to tell Daemon to rebel against Rhaenyra, and the tree, there was a whisper from the Weirwood tree that said traitor, which might be the voice of Bran or the voice of Bloodraven, because that is a thing that happens in the books. And in King's Landing, Aemond learns about the dragon seeds leaving And so yeah, Laris really is not keeping Aemond informed. I feel like Aemond should have gotten angry at his counselors at this point for not knowing about all of this, but Helena is reluctant to join the war, and Alicent is angry at Aemond's atrocities. So it's like, if Alicent leaves, if Helena leaves, what human connection does Aemond have left? We've seen Aemond with Sylvie, the sex worker, and ever since he stormed off and said that she doesn't matter to him, we haven't seen Aemond with Sylvie again. And Sylvie was a voice telling Aemond, hey, please don't murder innocent people. So if Aemond is no longer seeing Sylvie, and is if Alicent and Helena leave, then it's what connection does Aemond have left to humanity? One of his motivations is trying to get his mother's approval, but if his mother leaves, then what does Aemond have left apart from war and atrocity? So disturbing stuff. Orwyle does a thing. Orwyle smuggles Alicent to Dragonstone. Orwyle takes a moral stand for the first time. And Gwaine is angry that Kristen's having sex with Gwaine's sister, Alicent. And we get this kind of disturbing insight into Kristen's mind. He is so twisted up by the concepts of honor and oaths, and he kind of wants to die, and he feels helpless and powerless, and he welcomes oblivion. So that's a very scary thing to have leading an army into the Riverlands. We have Shirako mud wrestling Thailand, and Shirako is, I think, partly based on a character called Ricalio in the books, who is also eccentric, kooky, dangerous, fond of mud wrestling, and having other people have sex with her wives. And ultimately, Thailand convinces Shirako to ally with the Greens. Jace continues to have a tantrum, and we have an awkward dinner on Dragonstone. Yeah, I think we've talked about all of these things. We had the crazy visions and the green men. Yeah, I think we've covered most of the material that I wanted to talk about. Okay, so now I'm going to answer as many of your questions as I can. So, Suli says, really appreciate your videos and live streams. I like how you sound like you don't know what will happen. Yeah, we try not to spoil future episodes. We might do a live stream or a video at some point that does talk about the spoilers, because obviously there are a lot of there's a lot of interesting speculation we could do, thinking about what might happen next based on the books, because it's really interesting. There's a lot of similarities, but there's also differences with the books. Let's put the octopus on screen, shall we? So yeah, maybe in some other stream or video we might talk about the future of the series. EMD says, how did you feel about the lack of action scenes, Season 2 versus Season 1? Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of climactic moments this season, like Rook's Rest, the sowing of the seeds, the murder of Jaehaerys, and, Eric and Arik. Eric and Arik, I think, was one of the most memorable fight scenes in any Game of Thrones show. But I do feel like the pacing and, sort of the structure of the season was weird, because, all those climactic moments, including Rhaenyra and Daemon's argument, Otto and Aegon's argument, which was one of the best scenes in this season. Most of the climactic stuff happened in the first half of the season, and the second half was a lot of sort of introspection and delaying and avoiding violence. So I do feel like the structure was a bit weird, and I think it may have been affected by the change from 10 episodes to 8 episodes. There were also the writers' strikes and the actors' strikes, so there were lots of things that I think may have affected this season negatively. Thank you, RADM, who says, don't you feel like at times we're at level 100 of deep analysis, while showrunners are at level 1? Sometimes it feels like we're more capable than them. Well, I mean, look, if you want to write your own season of TV, we all are welcome to do so. Sometimes fans, we might overthink things more than the creators do sometimes, for sure. Other times the creators have thoughts that don't carry across in the show, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of the fun of this world is that you can think about it on a lot of different levels. Like, we can bang on for hours about the Green Men and Green Dreams and Dragon Dreams and the Alice Rivers and the Ghost of High Heart. And, like, I love that that deep lore is in there. And it's really fun to explore that, even if it's not necessarily explicit in the series itself. I think that, from interviews and stuff, the showrunners are very deeply invested in, like, a lot of the themes of power and gender and what's going on with these characters. And yeah, certainly I've been frustrated by some of the arcs. Like, I feel like Corliss did a whole lot of nothing this season. But yeah, I think there's a lot of meat to chew on in this show. Thank you for the donation from Frankie DCLC, who says, Green Men in my Dragon show? I was shocked and delighted to see the antlered, behooved Green Men on House of the Dragon. I was not expecting it. I'm sure YouTuber Joe Magician will be thrilled by the addition of the Green Man. Joe Magician is the #1 fan of Old Gods at Harrenhal. And yeah, those guys have some deep mysteries. I was pretty, like, I'm not completely sold on, like, the close-up of the White Walker's face in this episode. I don't know if I needed that, but seeing a Green Man glimpsed in the background is pretty sweet. Because they are so connected to the deep mysteries of the Old Gods, and, like, they live on the Isle of Faces, which is right next door to Harrenhal. Like, it's honestly weird that there aren't more Green Men stuff in the main books in the show, so that was fun to glimpse. And hey, maybe we will do videos in the future exploring some of these elements, because there's definitely there's meat to chew on here. Nonchalanto says, how does Alt Swift X feel about Rhaenyra's army of bastards? I am a bit worried that my ne'er-do-well rapscallion of a half-grunkle Alt Swift X, I'm a bit worried that he might get ideas from this army of bastards business, because it wouldn't be the first time that Alt Swift X has tried to bring me down. So I might have to deal with that. If Alt Swift X does rally his various bastards, I might have some trouble on my hands. Thank you, Mothman's Bride, who says, I've been frustrated with some of this season's online reaction. Yeah, I mean, I've seen folks reacting to the show, and I've seen folks reacting to reactions to the show. I've seen a lot of, like, toxic stuff online, and I feel like it's important to remember that social media algorithms show us content that's designed to outrage us and is designed to polarize us. And I think it's important to remember that, like, what we see on social media algorithms isn't necessarily representative of what most people think. Like, if you see someone on the internet saying something extreme and polarizing, that doesn't represent what most people think. Most people are a bit more middle ground and reasonable about stuff, but social media will show us the most extreme and polarizing stuff. So I think Twitter and Reddit and TikTok are not necessarily places for healthy conversation, and I think it's good to avoid them, honestly, and we can just make up our own minds and have our own feelings and perspectives on the story. Thank you, Jess K, who says, I think if all these people listened to the song Family Jewels by Marina, their family issues would clear right up. Thank you, Kyle King, who says, why has there been no mention of Aemon's betrothal to the Baratheon girl? So, yeah, in House of the Dragon Season 1, Episode 10, we learned that Aemond Targaryen has betrothed and agreed to marry this woman, Floris Baratheon. In the books, there's a delightful / creepy passage talking about how I think Aemond insisted on kissing each of the 4 Baratheon sisters before he decided which of the sisters he wanted to marry. But yeah, maybe that's the reason why the Baratheons haven't been mentioned this season, because, like, you would think that they would be important because, the Baratheons lead the Stormlands, and the Baratheons are, like, pretty close to King's Landing. Maybe the Baratheons are annoyed that Aemond hasn't married Floris yet. Like, maybe for the same reason that, like, Jane Arryn, like, we haven't seen her actually send her army to help Rhaenyra yet, because she's annoyed that Rhaenyra hasn't given her a big dragon to protect her. Maybe Boros is annoyed that Aemond hasn't married his daughter Floris yet, and that's why he hasn't sent an army. It is unclear. Thank you, McLean, who is happy about Sheep Stealer looking ugly. Yeah, I like the design of Sheep Stealer being this sort of raggedy looking dragon with pointy wings. I think the design is fun. And yeah, the size of Sheep Stealer is interesting. I mean, I don't think the books say much about how big Sheep Stealer is. Um, in the books, Sheep Stealer is described as mud brown, ugly, skinny, vicious, ill-tempered, and yeah, at one point does almost burn Alan to death in the books because Alan tries to claim Sheep Stealer in the books, but yeah, that's not happening in the show, it seems. And yeah, in the books, a different character claims Sheep Stealer, and they do it by feeding sheep to Sheep Stealer. And I guess they're cutting that as well because it looks like Rayna is just about to claim Sheep Stealer on the show. So yeah, this is one of the most significant changes between the books and Hot D, is the idea of Rayna claiming Sheep Stealer, which I guess it's not confirmed if Rayna will claim Sheep Stealer yet, but it sure looks like that's where it's going. Thank you, Mothman, who speculates that the strikes may have changed the pacing. Yeah, I mean, one of the issues they've said in interviews was that because of the writers' strikes, they couldn't change the script of the show while they were filming. Normally, they would sometimes revise and change the script while they're filming to make little last-minute adjustments, but I've read that they could not do that this season because of the writers' strikes. So it does sound as though the strikes have affected this season. Thank you, Frost, who says, I was excited for a big battle in the season finale. Yeah, I also was surprised that there wasn't, because, yeah, there certainly seem to be battles brewing. Thank you, Brenny, who asks about the Westeros map. Yeah, well, there are some other great Westeros maps online. You should check out Claridox, who has some great high-res maps. Thank you, Marco, who says, what's the best strategy for attacking Vhagar with multiple dragons? Should they take turns attacking or just a swarm? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Dragon battle strategy. What's the best way to take down Vhagar? Vhagar, I think, still is basically the most important military asset in this war. And it's like, how do you even go about attacking this beast? Like, you know, I mean, the biggest black dragons are probably like Vermithor and Silverwing, and then maybe Caraxes and Cyrax and Sea Smoke, and then maybe Vermax, then Moondancer. So like what, the big dragons should go for Vhagar's neck while Moondancer and Vermax nibble at his tail? Like, what's the right way to go about it? Yeah, we don't know. I mean, Vhagar will be incredibly difficult to bring down. I suspect that fire might be almost useless against Vhagar, because as dragons get older, their scales get thicker, and it's harder to penetrate and harder to hurt them with fire, so I suspect that you're just going to have to, like, tear her up with claws and teeth. That's how they describe dragon fights in the books. Thank you, Jake, who says, it seems like the writers are split on how to paint Rhaenyra's character in a good or a negative light. Yeah, I mean, they are trying to make great characters. Like, that's what they've said in interviews, is that all of these characters have both good and bad in them, just like real people. And I think that, you know, Rhaenyra, especially, like, earlier on this season, kind of had the moral high ground because she was so determined to try to save lives and try to end things peacefully. And I think that in this season, Rhaenyra has gone through an arc where she's started to believe in destiny, and she's started to, you know, burning those dragon seeds, letting those dragon seeds die to Vermithor. I think now Rhaenyra is saying, yeah, we're going to attack Lannisport, we're going to attack Old Town, even though those places are full of civilians. So I think that Rhaenyra is undergoing an arc where she's becoming more willing to do violence, and that's partly driven by her belief in destiny. That is classic Targaryen behavior. That is not what's really described in the books. I mean, the books barely describe Alicent and Rhaenyra at all at this point in the books. Alicent and Rhaenyra have less of a role, whereas the show is more focused on Alicent and Rhaenyra. And so, yeah, but I think that's what they're doing with her character in Hot D. They're trying to, like, move her more towards... They're trying to give her this gradual arc of she is becoming more willing to do bad things, and she has understandable reasons for doing that. And I think that that's one of the things that's great about Game of Thrones and about the books particularly, is that there are people who do messed up things, but we have an understanding of why they do those things. And I think that's why it's good storytelling, is when, there are these very different characters with different perspectives, who are nonetheless understandable and even sympathetic. I mean, like, Aegon is such a monster, and yet Aegon is really sympathetic in a lot of ways. Even Aemond as well, so I enjoyed that. Justin says, did you see the battle hammer of the middle Stark Greybeard? Let's have a look at the Stark Greybeards, shall we? So the northern armies of Lord Cregan Stark are marching down from the north, crossing the Twins, and yes, my goodness, that is a big hammer that fellow has. He's been walking for miles with that hammer. Is it a hammer, or is it like some kind of a stake or a spear? Yeah, no, that looks like a hammer. My goodness, it's like Bobby B back from the dead. And he's got an axe on his belt. What a baller. Love it. So yeah, I wonder which houses are represented here. Are we going to see Manderleys, Kerwins? Are we going to see Boltons? Are there going to be Boltons marching down under Stark banners? Delightful stuff. Thank you, Stymie, who says, I'm glad that Alice finger-banged Daemon's third eye with Old God's magic. Daemon knows his mission. Yeah. Yeah, it is similar, isn't it? Like, the way that Alice leads Daemon to open his eyes to destiny and to visions and to magic, it is similar to how Bloodraven opens Bran's eyes and Jojen opens Bran's third eye. That is very similar. And like Euron in the books, there are a lot of convincing theories that Euron might be someone who sort of opened his eyes to magic and possibility, possibly with the involvement of Bloodraven. You can watch our video about Euron to learn more about that. So, yeah, there's definitely a similarity there. I think we have already covered his visions in enough detail, but I think it's consistent with a lot of stuff in the books where a lot of Targaryens they have these vague ideas of like, we must succeed because the Targaryens are going to rule and save the world and it's going to be great and we are the prophesied ones. But that occasionally leads to atrocity, and Daenerys is definitely part of that lineage, as is Aegon V, as is Rhaegar, as is Bloodraven, as is Aemon, as is, it's all part of that. Thank you, Jesus, who says, I really wished they didn't make Aegon's dream part of the plot, because it feels like they're dragging the dead corpse of Game of Thrones out. Yeah, it's so awkward because in the Game of Thrones books, all this prophecy magic stuff is amazing. However, it is unfinished because George still hasn't finished the book series. And we have a million Old Chief Decks videos about some of those deep mysteries and how exciting they are. However, in the Game of Thrones TV show, the mystery White Walker magic plot was widely disliked and widely seen as really underwhelming. So I agree. It's really awkward because, like, the book fans are excited to see this magic stuff because the magic stuff is great in the books, albeit unfinished, whereas people who have only seen the TV show roll their eyes to see the bloody, Halloween mask White Walkers again. So I agree. It is awkward. It is awkward. And I sure hope that George Martin publishes The Winds of Winter. Thank you for the super chat from the Happy Masquerader, who says, okay, Shift, we gotta know, did George Martin give you a Winds of Winter update when you met? Yeah, so Glidus and I met George R. Martin recently, and George was lovely, and he bought us burritos. And George Martin did not give us any secret information about the Winds of Winter. I do not know if or when the Winds of Winter will come out. We do not have any secret information. I have seen conspiracy theories online. There is no Alt Shift X, Glidus, George Martin conspiracy of which I am aware. But yeah, George was lovely, and I'm grateful for having met him. Thank you, Jake Sadowski, who says, Rhaenyra kept saying to her council most of the season, what do you want me to do? Just do something. Now we have to wait 2 more years for more House of the Dragon. I agree. I think that the pace... I think what gets me is that it's not just that the season felt slow and lacked a climactic ending. It's that some of the scenes felt repetitive. Like, I feel like we got like 3 or 4 scenes where Rhaenyra was with her council or with Mysaria, and Rhaenyra said, I want to take action on my dragon, but my council won't let me take action. And I feel like that was said about 3 or 4 times in about the same way. And I feel like that was overly repetitive, in my opinion. I also feel like some of the Corlys Allen scenes felt repetitive. So, with the limited time they had, I think the structure was a little wonky. Thank you, Gunnar, who says, didn't Rhaenyra promise lordship, or was it a false promise by Mysaria? Are you talking about the dragon seeds? Because yeah, in the books, it is Jace's idea, the sowing of the seeds, and I think Jace offers to make them. Yeah. Quote. Jacaerys vowed that any man who could master a dragon would be granted lands and riches and dubbed a knight. His sons would be ennobled, his daughters wed to lords, and he himself would have the honor of fighting beside the Prince of Dragonstone against Aegon. So yeah, in the books, Jace is offering to make them noble, make them knights, give them land. So big step up in status. The books don't have this distinction between, like, Jace wants noble people. Well, yeah, no, yeah, Jace in the books is explicitly getting non-noble commoners to become Dragon Lords, whereas in the show, Jace is against ennobling commoners because that is a bit of a threat to his political status and his emotional status. So, yeah, a bit of a difference there. I think the way that they tied it into Jace's personal feelings was very clever and was a way to make this a lot more interesting, personally. Browash says, House of the Dragdon. Old Greg says, enjoying your live streams. Thank you, Old Greg. Owen Doc says, new D&D morality chart for Season 2. Yeah, so Alt Shift X is going to take a break after making the Episode 8 explained video. But I've got a bad feeling that whenever Alt Shift X goes on break, my evil half grunkle Alt Shift X tends to become more active. So you better watch out, because there's no telling what nonsense Alt Shift X will do next. Alt Shift X doesn't do scripting, doesn't do citations. I don't think Alt Shift X even has a single spreadsheet. We're a lot more professional here on Alt Shift X, but I suspect that Alt Shift X might do more dragon-related live streams and videos in the future, possibly with that reprobate Glidus as well. Thank you, Targ Stark, who says, I wanted to read what we watched from Season 1 of Hot D up till now. Where would I have to start and finish, and in which book? Yeah, so this show, House of the Dragon, is based on a book called Fire and Blood. And Fire and Blood tells the story of about like 150 or so years of Targaryen history, from Aegon the Conqueror until some later events. And House of the Dragon covers this Dance of the Dragons war between Rhaenyra and Aegon, which only really starts in about chapter 12 of Fire and Blood. So, like, House of the Dragon Season 1 starts during chapter 12 of Fire and Blood, and it continues through, we're in about chapter 14, or 15. Yeah, we're in chapter 15 of Fire and Blood at the moment. I think that it's basically just chapter 15 that season 2 covers, and not even all of it. So it's quite a small piece of the book that is covered in season 2. So yeah, if you wanted to just read the relevant parts of Fire and Blood, it's like chapter 12 and like 13 are season 1, and then like 14 and 15-ish are season 2, and then you can read on if you want to hear what happens to all the characters. There's an even more succinct version of these events in the World of Ice and Fire book. The World of Ice and Fire book covers all Targaryen history, but in a lot more brief version, a lot less detail in the World of Ice and Fire. Some people have asked why does Alt Shift X refer to the books if there's only one book, Fire and Blood? It's because there is some detail in the World of Ice and Fire book as well as the Fire and Blood book. Thank you, Hoyd Rivers, who says, my favorite character, Daemon's storyline has been expanded a lot. Do you like the meandering tone, and do you think it's worth the character development? Is Daemon finally able to make change? I think that Daemon has to be changed by his experiences at Harrenhal, or else this whole arc was for nothing, right? I tend to think that Daemon is sincere when he says he will support Rhaenyra. I tend to think that he will stay more loyal to her. But of course, who knows what'll happen in the books and such. So we shall see. But I think that, I think that it has to stick. Like, it has to be meaningful. This change that Daemon has made away from being so selfish and towards having a mind to legacy in the future and stuff. Thank you, Milky Way, who says that Aegon is a victim of the patriarchy. He was raised like a lamb for slaughter, forced to be king, never properly prepared, and then betrayed by his own mother. Yeah, Aegon's life sucks. And, Aegon has also done bad things to people. And it's also true that Aegon was kind of set up to fail, because he was put on the throne by Otto and Alicent, and Otto and Alicent did not sufficiently prepare him, and he was never suited to be king, and so it's not surprising that he failed. And, that's in some ways similar to, what's happened to Alicent and what happened to Viserys and what happened to a lot of people. And that's one of the ironies of power. That's one of the ironies of being king, is that sometimes the people who are officially the most powerful are just pawns. And that's part of Alice's point this episode. Alice's point is that all of us are subject to larger forces. Whether you're a king or a councillor or a peasant, we all are subject to broader forces, and that includes politics and culture and gender and all of that, and also magic in her case. But it's the idea that we all are subject to larger forces, and the idea that we individually can be in complete control of our destiny is a delusion. Thank you, Heather, who says, why doesn't Aemond take his huge dragon and set fire to the Velaryon blockade? Is it too far away? It's not too far away. Aemond would have practically flown over the Velaryon blockade to get to Sharp Point. So Aegon and Aemond Aemond is in King's Landing over here, and this episode he flew to Sharp Point and burned the town. And the Velaryons are blockading the Gullet, so presumably it's like around here, either side of Driftmark, which is where the Velaryons live, which is right next to Dragonstone. So, yeah, I mean, earlier this season, Aegon said, we're going to go and burn the Velaryon blockade. Aegon said that they would do that. And yeah, I agree. Like, I think Aemon totally could burn the Velaryon blockade. It's kind of surprising that he doesn't. It would have been nice if they said, oh, the Velaryons, they have a bunch of scorpions on their ships. Like, those scorpions, those bolt throwers, those crossbow weapons, those big ballistas that they have at King's Landing. Maybe they should have shown us that, the Velaryon fleet also has a bunch of big scorpions. So if we try to burn the Velaryon fleet, it's risky, because what if they kill Vhagar with bolts? Maybe that would have been a good thing for them to say. Because, yeah, I'm not sure why Aemond didn't burn the Velaryon blockade. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Hoyd, who says, what changes from the book were your favorite? Did any stand out as poor? You mentioned that they are giving the characters less agency. Was that better this season? What changes from the book did I like? I mean, I liked Daemon's introspection, and I liked the magic of Harrenhal playing a role in his story. I think that was cool. I was pretty dubious about, Viserys talking about Aegon's dream so much, and, specifically Alicent misunderstanding Viserys' dream I found a bit irritating. But what about this season? I mean, look, my biggest complaint in terms of changes from the book is if Rhaena claims the dragon Sheepstealer, because in the books there's a really cool character who claims Sheepstealer instead, and I would be disappointed if they cut that character from the story, because it's a cool character. So that's probably my biggest complaint in terms of changes. What's my favorite change? I mean, what are the other big changes that they made? I mean, one of the big changes was having Aemond and Vhagar deliberately burn Aegon and Sunfire. That's not in the books, and I like it. I like the rivalry between Aemond and Aegon. I like the betrayal of Aegon by Aemond. I think that's quite fitting and makes that relationship really interesting and fraught, and it pushes Aemond into a real area of atrocity that he was not previously in. I think they've done a good job of giving Aemond an arc, because in the books it seems as though Aemond killed Luke and Arrax deliberately. The TV show created this idea that Vhagar killed Luke and Arrax against Aemond's wishes, and I think that allowed Aemond to have a more gradual arc of, instead of just being a monster from the start, Aemond gradually committed more evil acts, partly stemming from his lack of control of Vhagar. So I think they've given Aemond a much more interesting arc than he has in the books. I mean, most of the characters don't really have an arc in the book because the book does not have detail and dialogue and scenes most of the time. So I think Aemond is someone who they've done a good job with. Thank you, Jake, who says this felt less like a season finale and more like a setting the table episode. I agree that this finale felt more like a setup than a climax. Yeah, I mean, it was almost like the first half of a season rather than a whole, I agree that the structure's a bit wonky. Thank you, Tobit, who says, bit disappointed with Kristen, love him in the books. The Kingmaker was cool as hell. Yeah, Kristen is a bit more assertive and ambitious in the books, I would say, whereas in the TV show, Kristen sort of stumbles and roots his way into becoming the Hand of the King, which is kind of hilarious. They have made Kristen a bit more of a dunce in the TV show, whereas in the books, Kristen seems to be largely responsible for the war happening. So yeah, Kristen has been changed a lot as a character, I agree. I found this scene powerful, though. I thought this scene exploring the way that Kristen has been crushed and has sort of been torn apart by his own actions within the system of values in which he was raised. I think that was done quite nicely. But yeah, I agree that Kristen is certainly more active in the books. Thank you, Lord Sexington III Esquire, who is annoyed that Rhaena has still not really done anything. Yeah, I feel like Rhaena spent an entire season very gradually approaching this dragon, but still has not claimed it, which is a bit weird. Snake says, do you get the feeling the writers want to tell their own story and not George's? Rhaenyra is not Jon Snow 2.0. Larys hasn't lived up to the hype. Alicent and Rhaenyra's rivalry has been thrown out the window. I think that Alicent and Rhaenyra's rivalry is still very much at the heart of this story. There's this sort of irony that Alicent and Rhaenyra are kind of cooperating at this point better than most people in the story are, even though they're on opposite sides. And I think that tragedy of it is part of the point. They're almost star-crossed lovers. They seem as though they want to work together, but they can't because of political circumstances. And I think that works. And I agree that is not what is in the books. The books do not tell this tragedy of Rhaenyra and Alicent, who were friends, being tragically torn apart. Alicent and Rhaenyra in the books appeared to hate each other, at least by this time. So yeah, it's a different story. I think that it's hard to compare the TV show to the books because the books have no detail and have almost no character development for these characters. The show needs to make up the arcs and the detail, so it's difficult to compare. Certainly the writers are definitely putting their own thing in it because it kind of needs it. I think most of the changes they've made are good. I think some of the changes they've made are bad. Thank you, Dover, who says, do you think we'll get the big battle episode in episode 1 or 2 next season? I feel like so much was set up. Yeah, I mean, this episode ends with 4 armies marching around, and there's about bloody 10 dragons flying around. So I feel like there has to be some big battles very early on next season. I agree with that. Thank you, Nicholas Hench, who says, I have mixed feelings about Daemon's vision. It didn't seem connected to Daemon in a personal sense. Also, the Bloodraven White Walker shot looked bad. I agree that the White Walker shot looked bad, and I'm disappointed that Bloodraven didn't have one eye. I think it's kind of weird that he has two eyes. Like, what does that mean for the upcoming Night of the Seven Kingdoms show? The show about Dunk and Egg? Because Bloodraven should appear in that show, probably in season 3. Are they gonna have Bloodraven have two eyes on that show? That would be disappointing, because in the books he's 1,000 eyes in one. He has one eye. It's kind of a whole thing. So that's a little frustrating. But I think that the whole, Daemon's personal arc connecting to the prophecy thing, like, I think that it's all about Daemon was someone who was very selfish and very focused on his own grievances and his own relationships. And I think part of the point of the visions was to snap him out of his selfishness and to realize that he's a prince. He exists in like a historical context and a political context, and there are people in the world beyond him, and there are eras in this world beyond now. I think it's a way of broadening his perspective. I mean, real people in the real world have psychedelic experiences that broaden their perspectives and give them a broader sense of what's important. So I feel like it works for Daemon's personal perspective to have his horizons broadened. And the fact that it's, magical White Walkers is like almost not the entire point, because it's just about snapping Daemon out of his selfishness and seeing the broader consequences. Thank you, Dan Kurt, who says, did George reach out to y'all and get burritos, or did you bump into the burrito store? I won't give a blow by blow, but yeah, we just had like a nice burrito lunch and had a chat, and it was delightful. Thank you, Dan Kurt, who says, we didn't see Baylor claim Sheep Stealer. Yeah, maybe they're sort of hedging their bets. They're not confirming or committing to whether Rhaena will claim Sheep Stealer. For all we know, maybe Sheep Stealer will mistake Rhaena for a sheep and will eat her. I guess we'll find out, but I think it would be very weird to go through this whole arc this season and not have Rhaena claim Sheep Stealer. I mean, the whole dragon bond thing is mysterious, though, isn't it? This season has questioned, what does it mean to bond with a dragon? Why do dragons accept some people and reject other people? We know that Rhaena has been rejected by other dragons before, including the dragons on Dragonstone, so maybe they're going for something interesting, and maybe Rhaena will have a different kind of bond. Maybe something weird will go down. I think those are all interesting possibilities. Thank you, Frida, who says, you've previously expressed dissatisfaction with the show for attributing so much of the war to misunderstandings. So what is your opinion on how the show changed Blood and Cheese to make the murder of Jaehaerys instead of Aemond yet another tragic mishap? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because in the books, it seems as though Daemon and Mysaria wanted to kill little innocent Jaehaerys. Whereas in the TV show, it was more Daemon ordered the death of Aemond and also said a son for a son, implying you can also kill someone else if you can't kill Aemond. So, it's not entirely explicit that Aemond wanted Jaehaerys dead in the show. But, I mean, as Rhaenyra says, you still ordered the killing, and you still, pretty much okay to killing Jaehaerys as well. It's still Daemon's fault. The fact that Daemon was vague and careless does not make Jaehaerys' death any less his fault. It's still Daemon's carelessness getting an innocent child killed. So I think in that particular case, I don't think it really changes it that much. I think it changes it a lot for Mysaria. Mysaria in the books seems a lot more brutal, whereas in the show they're giving Mysaria a bit of a different arc, where like Rhaenyra, Mysaria, wants to help people but is increasingly hurting people through the riot, through the dragon seeds sowing. So it's a change to Mysaria. The Blood and Cheese thing, I think, is not as dramatic a change for Daemon specifically. And I think, that showing Daemon's selfishness and carelessness is an important step along his path to trying to be less selfish and more responsible towards the end. So I think it's in service of that particular arc. Thank you, Matthew, who says, maybe the monkey claims cannibal. Yeah, so the episode started with a little monkey, which is delightful, and Matthew suggests that maybe the monkey will claim the dragon cannibal, because the cannibal is a wild dragon that is very dangerous and likes to eat other dragons. I mean, look, I'll put it this way. There's nothing in the books that says that a monkey can't ride a dragon. So, you be the judge. Thank you, Diego, who says, do you think the reason why Viserys was a more docile king is because he wasn't a dragon rider and wasn't corrupted? Well, Viserys did ride the dragon Balerion, the Black Dread, who was the biggest, baddest dragon in the world for a long time. So, you would think that Viserys did have some experience with Balerion, and that might have changed him and scared him, and, you know, Balerion has seen some shit, because Balerion was the one creature who had witnessed the Empire of Valyria, and was still alive. Balerion was a creature of the blood magic slave empire of Valyria, so if anyone's going to corrupt someone, you know, if anyone's going to be a scary, magical, sinister influence, I reckon Balerion. I mean, that's looking into the void, you know? Like, that's looking into the untempered schism if you look into Balerion's mind. I mean, I really enjoyed how Rhaenyra last episode connected with Vermithor, and you sort of get the sense that Rhaenyra was having some kind of mental, emotional, psychic connection with Vermithor, and it's like, whoa, what has Vermithor experienced? What is Rhaenyra experiencing with Vermithor? So yeah, I think it's a really interesting idea that Viserys may have connected with Balerion and been disturbed by it. And that's why Viserys goes on and says, hey, we should not mess with dragons, they're too dangerous. Thank you, Danny G, who says, what other spin-offs would you like to see, other than the ones already confirmed? Any chance we get Robert's Rebellion? George R. R. Martin has said previously that he doesn't want a Robert's Rebellion show because all of the important stuff about Robert's Rebellion will be revealed in his main book series. Because Robert's Rebellion is so connected to the main series because, you know, Rhaegar and Lyanna's hijinks and Aerys and Robert and Ned, like all of that is very directly connected to what's happening in the main series, and I think we will learn more about Robert's Rebellion through visions and such in the main book series, if and when it gets finished. So I want to learn the secrets of Robert's Rebellion in the main book series, and maybe after the book series is finished, then maybe a Robert's Rebellion adaptation might make sense. An Aegon's Conquest Rebellion I'm not like super into, because like you read the story of Aegon's Conquest in Fire and Blood and in the World of Ice and Fire, it's mostly just Aegon going around burning people on his dragons, and like, you know, they could get creative with it, and they could focus it more on Aegon's relationships with his, like, sister queens, Rhaenys and Visenya, but, like, I think that just showing CGI dragons burning thousands of people over and over would not necessarily be all that interesting. So, an Aegon's Conquest show, I think that they would have to be... They'd have to do something interesting with it, so it's not just CGI dragons. The Sea Snake stuff might be interesting, Nymeria might be interesting. Again, they'd have to get creative with it. Mostly I'm happy about the Duncan Egg show, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which apparently is filming now. I think that has the potential to be a cool show. It's more like small scale than Game of Thrones is. It's mostly just like a couple of guys walking around Westeros, meeting some interesting people, getting involved in some mild to moderately politically important events. But it's more chill. It's more sort of storybook. It's more like narrowly focused on a smaller cast of characters. It's delightful stuff. Although by starting a TV adaptation of the Duncan Egg stories, George Martin is making the same mistake he made with Game of Thrones, which was also a TV show based on an unfinished series of books, because there are 3 Duncan Egg novellas. George says he wants to write about 8 or 10 more to finish the Duncan Egg series. But the adaptation is starting before the book series is finished, so I think there's a very real danger of another TV show catching up to another of George Martin's unfinished book series. So, you know, it's it's a bit of a ridiculous situation, and I wonder if the Duncan Egg TV show, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I wonder if it will continue past the books, because George Martin does have a lot of ideas about where the story's going. Personally, I would rather read about the future adventures of Duncan Egg in novella form rather than on TV, but we shall see what happens. And we do have Alt-Shift-X videos about each of the Dunk and Egg stories if you're interested in checking those out. It starts with The Hedge Knight. Thank you, Adam Wilzig, who asks about the antler person. Yeah, we saw a green man. I think it's a green man. Who are these mysterious antlered figures connected to the magic of the old gods on the Isle of Faces. They are very mysterious, and we should make a video about them, really, shouldn't we? Thank you, Brandon, who says, have any of the Targaryens ever abdicated? What would happen if they did? There is a fella, well, Aemon Targaryen, Jon Snow's mentor in Game of Thrones. Aemon joined the Night's Watch partly so that he would not be considered a claimant to the throne. There's also Archmaester Vaegon Targaryen, who joined the Citadel of the Maesters. So yeah, if a Targaryen doesn't want to be king, then joining a sworn order like the Maesters or the Night's Watch, or both in the case of Maester Aemon, is one of the ways to do that, to try and stay out of politics. Thank you, Corey H., who says, thanks for doing these live streams. My girlfriend and I look forward to your breakdowns almost more than the actual episodes. Thanks, Corey. Thank you, Jello, who says, does your rivalry with Alt-Shift-X go back generations, like the Brackens and Blackwoods, or is it starting with the two of you? Well, Alt-Shift-X is a lot older than he claims, actually. I don't know what the eldritch origins of the Swift family are, but they are deep in mystery and black in treachery, I can tell you that much. Thank you, Anas Awis, who says, perfect season. To all those saying it was slow, did you want it to end in 1 or 2 seasons? It was a great build-up. Thank you, Elizabeth, who says, why would George Martin give Alt-Shift-X and Glidus info when George Martin is obviously on Alt-Shift-X's side? I think George R. R. Martin made the right choice by meeting with Alt-Shift-X and not including that absolute loose cannon rapscallion Alt-Shift-X. I think George knows who the superior YouTube channel is. The one thing I'll say is that when we met George R. R. Martin, George Martin did ask me to explain what is the difference between Alt-Shift-X and Alt-Shift-X. George Martin did ask about that, and that was an interesting conversation, explaining the difference to George. Thank you, Charles Thomas, who says, which actor wins your award for the best character portrayal after 2 seasons? I mean, Viserys was great. I think that Otto and Aegon were great in their argument this season. I think that Tom Glencarney as Aegon is like probably the most fun performance. Acting through all of that burn prosthetic makeup is not easy. And like they took a character who in the books is just like very dislikable into one of the more interesting characters. So I think Tom Glencarney has done a great job. Thank you, DJ, who says, while the season was alright, there wasn't an emotional high point like Viserys walking across the throne room. I feel like Hugh claiming Vermithor was pretty spectacular. I feel like Daemon and Rhaenyra's argument was pretty great. And yeah, Otto and Aegon's scene. But yeah, I agree that like, yeah, there wasn't much this season that quite was as satisfying as Viserys' walk. Thank you, Lost Partridge, who says, we are burying the lead. We saw a new species here tonight. Green men. All we need are the squishers. And we will complete the menagerie. Lost Partridge is out here collecting boogans like Pokemon. Yeah, the Green Man is exciting. There is a theory that the Green Men are half human and half children of the forest, formed in some kind of orgy when the pact was formed on the Isle of Faces thousands of years ago. And if you think that's weird, you should read more George Martin. Thank you, Matthew, who says, does Mysaria become Sir Pounce with a glamour? Maybe. I think, look, if anyone is wearing a glamour, I think it's Alice, because the actor Gail Rankin says that Alice is potentially 400 years old, end quote. And there are some long-lived old gods witches in the story, like the Ghost of Iheart. So, look, it's not implausible that Alice is secretly a much older person, like Melisandre. So who knows? Thank you, Dirty Dan, who says, been watching you for years, gonna miss these weekly videos. More Hot D and Game of Thrones videos in the future. Yeah, so what are our plans? We will take a break. We're going to do the episode 8 explained video. And then we're going to take a break, maybe a long break. We'll see what happens. We do intend to make more Game of Thrones and A Song of Ice and Fire and Hot D and Night of the Seven Kingdoms videos in the future. We will also make some more Dune videos. We've got like 5 Dune videos in various stages of completion at the moment. Like we've got some that are like almost done. So I do imagine we will get some Dune videos out. That will be a priority at some point soon. I would like to make a big video all about the Dune Part 2 movie, comparing it to the Dune books, like our previous Real Dune video, and the Philosophy of Dune video I would like to do as well. That would be really cool, exploring the meaning and the themes of Dune. So yeah, there's definitely some Dune stuff in the future. There's definitely more Westeros stuff in the future. And we'd like to play around with some new topics. Because, I mean, some of the most fun and interesting and popular Alt-Shift-X videos aren't about Game of Thrones or Dune. They're about, All Tomorrows and Cookie Clicker and all sorts of other stuff. So we will experiment with more stuff in the future. So yeah, I think that's the rough plan. Let me know in the comments what you would like to see Alt-Shift-X cover. Thank you, Anthony, who says, great work, everyone. Amazing season. Not going to do anything spoilery. And Togstark says, yeah, we answered that. And Mama Schwammer says, Alfred hears a noise when he's talking to Damon near the weirwood. If Alfred were to sleep in the weirwood bed, what kind of dreams do you think he would have? I think Mama Schwammer would dream of the ancient rivalry between House Broom and their sworn ancient enemies, House Mop. Okay, it's definitely time to wrap up the live stream. Thank you so much for listening. This has been the final Alt-Shift-X weekly live stream for House of the Dragon Season 2. We will make the Episode 8 explained video, so like and subscribe, and you might like to check out nebula.tv/AltShiftX, link in the description, because there is about 61 hours of additional exclusive House of the Dragon talk by my evil Grunkle Alt-Shift-X with Glidus. But yeah, it has been a delight doing these live streams. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for supporting. Make sure you check out some of the other great YouTubers and podcasters in the community. It's not just Alt-Shift-X out there. There's people like Joe Magician, History of Westeros, Notacast, Grey Area. There is a whole wide world of Westeros YouTubers and podcasters, and I encourage you to check them out and to support other creators. Thank you to Glidus. Glidus did most of the video editing for this season of Alt-Shift-X. It's the first time we've done it like that, and it's been a success. So thank you to Glidus, and do subscribe to Glidus if you haven't already. I will forgive Glidus for associating with my disreputable half-grunkle Alt-Shift-X, but yeah, definitely support Glidus as well. And yeah, make sure you like and subscribe. We have podcast feeds. You can listen to these live streams on the Alt-Shift-X podcast feed on the app of your choice. You also can listen to the main Alt-Shift-X scripted videos on another separate podcast feed, the Alt-Shift-ZZZ audio feed, which is also linked in the description. You can buy Alt-Shift-X merch if you would like to do that. Get an Alt-Shift-X t-shirt for the special person in your life at standard.tv/Alt-Shift-X. Or a badge. And yeah, otherwise, thanks for watching. What else do we... What other things do we need to say? Thank you to the patrons. Thank you to the supporters on Patreon. Patreon has been a big part of keeping this channel going. It's been almost 10 years that Alt-Shift-X has been supported by the Alt-Shift-X Patreon, and that's been really important. Sponsors and Nebula have been important as well, but also the patrons have been like the most consistent support for Alt-Shift-X for all these years and have helped to make it possible. So thank you so much to the patrons as well. And look, finally, I feel like I have to acknowledge Alt Shift X, because I know that we've had our differences. We've both, made mistakes. And look, I'm not sure I'm ready to bury the hatchet, but I got to say that Alt Shift X has been an inspiration. And I don't think Alt Shift X would be what it is today if not for Alt Shift X. And like, I don't think Alt Shift X would say the same of Alt Shift X. But I'll be the better man and admit that I think we might need each other, Swift and Shift. So thank you, Alt Shift X. We're gonna end it there. Thanks, guys. This was fun. Look out for the explained video soon, and we'll see you all next time. Cheers. And thank you to Schubert. Thank you, Schubert Reads, for moderating the live chat, which is an unenviable task. You can also subscribe to Schubert Reads and listen to some readings of stories and things. So yeah, thank you, Schubert. Thank you, Glidus. Thank you, Ball Boys. See you next time. Cheers.